Hello, folks, and welcome to the Yeti Revelfest special. I am Jim the Eternal, and with me, debuting with Serene Balance Productions, is LineageBreak JoyBoy. Adi, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, we're always happy to have more people on here. If I can represent the stream in that way. Yeah, so we're going to be casting the Revelfest special for today. There's going to be another Revelfest special tomorrow as well for the week of Revelfest. And of course, after that, we're going to be moving back into the normal Yeti Online schedule. So there'll be a Yeti Online weekly on Thursday. But yeah, today I think we've got a banger of a tournament, 4 rounds. It's going to be great, and we've got some interesting things to talk about. Actually, I think before we get into the tournament matches, right?
Yeah,
Have
yeah,
you checked out the new BNR, the banner restricted list announcement?
yeah. I have some cool stuff. Some stuff that a lot of people have been wanting.
Hmm.
Some stuff that kind of paints a bit of a picture going forward as to how they want to treat some of the most prominent decks. Some of the watermill decks. Arisana caught a bit of a stray, which
Hmm.
is interesting. She, Polaris is
Right.
now a one cost.
Yeah. So
Uh,
I mean, I guess we should talk about the actual details, right, before we
yeah,
go
yeah.
too deep into theoreticals. So Lost in Thought, I think, as everybody was expecting, moved up to category three. So Lost in Thought banned in normal tournament play.
Starting
And
as of
then
the 25th.
Yep, as of the 25th. So still valid for today. So we might see
Mhm.
some water decks doing their thing. And then as you were saying, Polaris, the Proxy's Vault card for Arasana, meant from 0 cost to 1 cost. The other mechanics of it didn't change, so you can still activate it if you are Arasana from your material deck without spending the materialize. But the cost has just changed. And then the other thing is Tidestone Bovine, a beloved watermill card, also moving up to category one. So that's something that they're watching out for. It's really interesting, kind of the picture this paints of what they're thinking about water's place in the meta, especially all of these water self mill strategies and how that interacts with the floating memory engines and everything. Yeah. So what do you think?
I think I think it's pretty interesting. I think they've kind of leaned pretty heavily into this, water does milling, water does although fractals is a deck that has
Mhm.
been doing stuff they don't really mill, but they have painted sort of a picture of like water does a lot of milling and it seems like they want to lean away from that a little bit,
Mhm.
banning cards like Lost in Thought, like or Cow is not really or Tyson Bovine isn't really banned, but it's in category one now.
Right.
It kind of paints a picture that they want to do a little bit more with water that just milling. We've seen a lot of the cards from DTR and CL has a lot of cards that have are water that have nothing to do with mill. So I think they want to lean a little bit farther away from just only milling in water.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting take on it. I have seen some of CL's water kit in Distorted Reflections, and it looks like it's going to be really interesting. And also, just the way CL's mechanics plays with the self mill strategy seems like it would be very powerful. So
Mhm.
maybe that's part of what they're doing here. It's very interesting to see them kind of fine tuning their approach to the water self mill engine, like giving them all of these pieces and then kind of slowly pruning them back, like, oh, actually, this has ended up being a little bit more powerful than we thought. So maybe we'll still lean into similar mechanics, but not with quite the power level that they've had so far. I think that's really interesting. What do you think about the Arasana change? What do you think inspired sort of the change for Polaris?
I think I think one of the big things that might have influenced the decision is the fact that Polaris has uh it's kind of been co-opted by other decks that
Mm,
you know feel that they struggle into allies matchups, and so they're not really using Polaris for the other effect of putting more cosmic bolts into your deck and getting that win con, but more so like I like fractals for example, right? They used to play Dao Chan and they realized, oh, I have a bad matchup into allies, well maybe I can play Arsana, and now I have Polaris to help me deal with some of those allies. And even if they only go to Arisana 1 and 2 or they don't really make that many herbs, so just having a board wipe for 4 is enough to stabilize their gameplay. So I think that's kind of what they were trying to avoid. Uh, as well as Polaris just being, like having a board wipe is obviously very strong.
mhm.
Um, and they probably just want to avoid that becoming like sort of like the baby gray uh effect where baby gray ended up coming to a bunch of different decks and they didn't really like that. Similarly, Polaris, they don't want to have Polaris in a bunch of different decks where you just say, oh, if I'm having a bad allies matchup, I'll just play Ari instead, right?
That's a
I
really
think that's
interesting thought. I definitely know what you're talking about with some of the Fractals decks just ended up putting Arasana and Polaris into the sideboard. And just like,
hmm
I still have all of my cleric bonuses, but this way I can shore up my match against allies.
hmm
Um, do you feel like the allies matchup has kind of dissuaded people from playing allies into the field? I mean, we've seen, Henky the Goat always with his ally-centric strategies doing very, very well, tournament in, tournament out. But we've also seen, not as many people playing wind allies or their equivalents. Anyway, maybe let's put that to the side because we're moving into the gameplay here.
speaking
Uh,
of Speaking of, we have a Water Ari Fractals, I believe, and a Water Dao-Chan Fractals. We have a fractal matchup here.
oh, the
This,
fractal mirror. That's
yeah,
exciting.
yeah. One of them is Arisana. One of them is Dao-Chan. I wonder how this is gonna make the matchup go. Obviously, Dao-Chan has that ability to sort of cheat out cards from her memory,
Mhm.
which Arisana doesn't have. So
Yeah, that's definitely a different set of powerful tools, right?
yeah,
Gearing one way or another depending on what you're expecting to face. But starting off with some really, really solid starts here. We've got Les Seraphim on top with two fractals for their opening turn, and Chem Collapse on the bottom now starting to go into that first turn, and we'll see what they come up with. So taking a look at their deck lists, looks like we have our honest Arasana player at the top and our Diao-Chan player at the bottom. Um, and then just as a reminder, none of those ban and restricted changes are in effect yet. So people are able to play with Lost in Thought, and Polaris for this matchup, just in case, is still a 0 cost instead of a 1.
yeah. The changes go into effect on the 25th. So they still have all of this week until Friday to play this, uh, to play Lost in Thought, and I think that's it. That's the only card that was banned right now.
Yeah, that's the only card that was banned. And then the functional changes for Polaris, which may or may not end up mattering here.
Right, right. It's
So we're
interesting.
seeing. Go ahead.
How do you feel? I feel like when I was thinking about the fractal of Insight, no, not Insight. The one cost fractal,
Dissonant Fractal.
Dissonant Fractal, yes. When I was thinking of Dissonant Fractal, when it was banned, a lot of people I feel like initially were like, "Oh, Fractals is dead," but it doesn't really seem like it. Obviously, you don't get those big turn one turns where you have four fractals on board and
Mhm.
stuff like that. But it seems like people still are pretty strong on fractals. They think it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I personally I'm of the same opinion. I think Fractals lost a lot of its some of its bursty power with the dissonant. Like you said, there's no, four fractal turn ones. And it
Mhm.
also lost a little bit of its consistency because you don't have that extra free glimpse, right? You can't kind of stack your deck. But a lot of the power that was there is still there. And it just has to be a little bit slower about how fast it comes out. You can still get these three fractal turn ones that we're seeing from Chem Collapse here. There's still like a lot of power in fractal synergies with cards like Shimmering Refraction, with cards like Glimmering Refusal. These are very, very powerful cards that kind of make the archetype what it is, and that hasn't changed.
Yeah, no, for sure. Um, we have three fractals on both sides. Both of these decks, they like to stay level 0 for a little bit of time, build up that influence, and then when they sort of smell blood in the water, they start leveling up into their level 1 champions. Uh, they like to build up their influence with cards like Shang Zhao.
Yeah, Xingqiao
Uh,
very powerful.
yeah, yeah, very strong card. We have five fractals from Chem Collapse here. That's really really scary.
Yeah, what a strong start. We haven't really seen much out of their hand, so it's difficult to say, how powerful their follow-up is going to be, whether they have any damage to work with this. But this is definitely looking pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. We have Fracturize on the Power Cell, classic water move.
Hmm.
Puts a float in the grave, gives you another Fantasia, another Fractal.
And we'll probably see the level up into Arasana here, turning on all of those cleric class bonuses.
Yeah, I think seeing 5 fractals is a little bit scary for Le Seraphim here.
Hmm.
They probably wanna have a little bit of a health buffer just in case.
Yep. And any extra bonus is going to be useful. These herbs could potentially roll some life, some recovery herbs, which would be really powerful here. And it looks like
Yeah,
we
just
are in
roll 2.
seeing. Ooh, two Freyja. That's really solid. I think that's probably the best possible roll here.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Heal herbs, I think, are the best herbs, and having 2 of them is really, really good.
We could even see. It looks like Le Seraphim runs level 2 of Arasana as well, so we might see them decide to turn this double herb into a card instead of life recovery later on.
Yeah, for sure. I think, the having oh, Shang
Yeah,
Zhao.
Zhang Zhao's
There it
so good.
is. There it is. We're just gonna draw 2. You see if Shem Collapse likes to negate anything here.
Yeah, we could see a glimmering refusal here that doesn't quite have enough fractals to fully hard negate it. But if it causes Le Seraphim to put any cards into their memory, then they're not going to get the card draw out of it, so it's just as good.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do with cards like Shangzhou. You want to just I think you are you're fine with making the trade-off of like, I will lose this card, I will lose this negate if it stops you from drawing 2.
Hmm. Yeah, and just on a card advantage level, that makes so much sense. Normally, you're
Yeah.
trading negates one for one. To be able to prevent two cards from going into your opponent's hand with a negate seems fairly powerful. Looks like Chem Collapse is either doesn't have the negate and is bluffing, or is holding it back in the hopes of countering something more important to Le Seraphim's game plan.
Yeah.
But we do see our
Yeah.
first point of damage on the board. Zhang Zhao coming in and dealing that one to Chem Collapse's face.
Yeah. I mean, 4 fractals to 5 fractals is not looking as bad as before.
Hmm.
Shang Zhao obviously really, really good. Build up that hand.
Yep. And a
Influence
few
is kind of
points
the name of the
of.
game.
So we have a Janyu coming down here. I'm not sure if we'll be able to figure out what got named since we don't have any of the player audio.
Yeah.
Uh, but this is a very powerful card.
Yeah, also a Fantasia. So
Hmm.
the count is getting pretty even now. I wonder what card he named.
Yeah, especially in the mirror, right? It's really interesting. You can't name anything too core to your own strategy, but I
Right.
wonder if Le Seraphim is kind of on the watch for cards that might be in Chem Collapse's deck that aren't in their own deck. Actually, we have a production note. It sounds like Burst Asunder was what got named. So Le Seraphim actually very, very concerned about Chem Collapse's fractal count and has decided to nerf their own damage output in order to make sure that Chem Collapse can't Burst Asunder them first.
Yeah, it's interesting that naming bursts asunder, like you said, it does also hinder your own bursts asunder. Uh, but I think he's just saying I have more influence, or I will build more influence with my Shang Zhao. Um, I will get there before you do.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's kind of playing to the incidental damage off of Zhang Zhao a little bit, and also just assuming that you can get more power out of your refracting missiles and your shimmering refractions in order to seal the deal that way.
Yeah, I think if you don't have Burst Asunder in hand, I think naming Burst Asunder is probably totally fine with you because
Hmm.
if you have, like you said, refracting missiles, the shimmering refractions, those cards are really really strong. If you have those cards and you can slow down your opponent's Burst Asunder while enabling your own refracting missiles and shimmering refractions, I think you want to take that trade.
Yeah,
We
completely
see
reasonable.
another Shang Zhao though.
Yeah, Chem Collapse just firing right on back. You get value, I get value too. A true mirror match happening here.
Yeah, we've seen almost exactly the same sort of turns here. We put a bunch of fractals down. We play Zhang Zhao. We draw two. Almost exactly mirror here.
Mhm. I am seeing one interesting difference. We have the unstable fractal up for Chem Collapse. So I believe the item destruction is limited to cleric bonus, so he wouldn't actually be able to destroy the Polaris here if that was a thing that he wanted to do. but it is potentially an option that's available later on in the game.
Yeah, I think one of the really strong sort of cards in this game is the unstable fractal, just because it helps you out so well so much with these sort of zero cost cards that gain a lot of value, like the ingredient pouch that we see. Uh having a fractal that can just destroy ingredient pouch, negate all the value that an ingredient pouch can gather over the course of the game is
Mhm.
really strong.
Yeah, I think that's actually gonna be really important to this match, and this actually puts, I think, that Jianyu into a little bit more perspective. Le Seraphim with the ingredient pouch with the potential to go to Arasana level 2 here and start turning that into a card draw engine is definitely saying, "I have a more powerful late game than you do, so let's prevent you from shortcutting and force us to go late by not allowing Burst Asunder to end the game early."
Yeah, for sure. I think the Dao Chan is only plays the level 1 Dao Chan. So playing the level 2 Dao Chan gets you the draw, gets you a little bit of the health buffer.
Mhm.
Uh you truly are just saying, I will outscale you in this matchup if you let me.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And here we see the classic Frostsworn Paladin with a Lost in Thought being activated while the Paladin's triggered ability is on the stack. And,
I think this is
yet
one of
yet
the
another
main
piece of the engine that's not going to be around come a couple of days.
Yeah, I think this is one of the what this is also one of the reasons why they wanted to ban that card. I think
Mhm.
this is like obviously drawing a lot of cards with a lot of float in your grave is really good, but even just this Lost in Thought for 0 to buff of a Frostborn Paladin is really strong. Frostborn Paladin really hard to get over. It's a 3/4 with a buff counter, so it makes it really strong to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. Chem Collapse now firing off their own Fracture Eyes, turning their power cell into one of those all-important fractals. Probably going to Diaochan level 1 here. Seeing the writing on the wall, right? There's a lot of damage on the field for Le Seraphim now, backed up by that Paladin. There's a lot of card advantage on the field for Le Seraphim, potentially backed up by that level 2 Arasana if we ever get there. And I think Chem Collapse is going to need a little bit of help here. I think turning on those cleric bonuses, getting that extra health buffer, probably pretty important here.
Yeah, I think that another thing to note is Frostborn Paladin, or at least Seraphim with the Arisana list, it runs a bit more allies than Chem Collapse does. And so having something like a Frostborn Paladin, like Gildis, which is in the list, like, on top of the refracting missiles and shimmering refractions and the sort of spell damage that we know fractals to be pretty heavy on, they also have a pretty good amount of beatdown with these allies on board that might be a little bit hard for Dao Chan to deal with.
Yeah, without access to that Polaris, without access to that board sweep, it's really hard to get rid of a Frostborn Paladin in this kind of situation. You either have to have two Paladins of your own, or you have to waste, quote unquote, one of your important damage spells in clearing the board so you don't die too soon.
Yeah. We see a
Eh,
shimmering refraction here. It's coming in for it seems like one, two, three, four, five, six
Six
right
with the
now.
Janyu, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Big hit.
We'll
And
see what
potentially setting up for some more damage spells in the future. I
Yeah,
wonder if this
doing
is
this
also. Go
this
ahead.
is during the end phase, so it will move on to his turn afterwards.
Mhm.
Might see more spell damage here.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was part of the Janyu decision. If Le Seraphim is sitting there knowing that they have a lot of damage sources in their hand, they have the Frostborn, they have the Shimmering Refraction, maybe they have a Refracting Missile as well. Maybe they're setting up for all of those smaller damage sources to seal the deal with Chem Collapse while protecting themselves from the spell that they don't have access to themselves yet. But we do see a glimmering refusal. Chem Collapse does not want to take that extra 6 damage, understandably.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. There's 4 damage on board and 6 damage and almost for sure another spell coming at you is very scary here for Chem Collapse. So I think it makes sense to negate this shimmering refraction. Fractals
Yeah,
can
it's
do a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't, like you were saying, it doesn't look good for Chem Collapse at all here, right? About the same on fractal count, but behind on board. Spell damage looking okay, but no, Burst Asunder buyout. And we are seeing, is that a Safeguard Amulet? Looks like a
I
Safeguard Amulet
believe
coming
it
out
is.
for Le
Oh, it's a
Seraphim.
Viridian protective trinket, I
Oh,
believe.
Viridian Protective Trinket, my mistake.
Yeah. It's the
Yeah,
old
all right. Really just
Yeah.
hard control here from Le Seraphim.
Yeah,
Doesn't
they
want Chem Collapse to interact at all.
it seems like we're doing something in response, shimmering refraction in response to the materialization of Radiant Protective Trinket here.
Yep. Very important, this refracting missile getting another float into the yard and getting a little bit of damage onto the board without having to spend extra yet.
Yeah, we'll
One,
see
two,
how
three, four,
much
five, six. So 7 damage from that refracting missile.
yeah, we'll see how much damage Les Seraphim can pump out right now that we have a Viridian Protective Trinket on board.
Yeah, in theory, this should end up with a little bit of a safer option for Le Seraphim, right? Not having to worry about your opponent's interaction as much. But there's still a lot of influence left on Chem Collapse, right? There's still 2 fractals sitting there awake, as well as a hand full of cards, right? It's not like Chem Collapse is running short here.
Yeah, also the can't forget about Dao Chan's effect, right? The resting Dao Chan to play a card from your memory as long as it costs the same amount as your glimmer counters.
Hmm.
That's also really, really strong.
And also pretty heavily nerfed with the Viridian Protective Trinket in play.
Hmm.
Hard to get those 2 extra glimmer counters.
We see a refracting missile coming from Le Seraphim. We're doing a little bit of
The
math here,
the
seeing
two of
if
these players just trading blow for blow. It's just such a slugfest here.
yeah, I think Chem Collapse is doing doing a little bit of math, seeing if they can afford to take all this damage
Mhm.
from the Seraphim.
I'm seeing that one card in the memory here that's very suspicious under these circumstances. I suspect that I suspect that is a shimmering refraction waiting to come out during the Seraphim's end step, or if Chem Collapse is feeling threatened, maybe against the Paladin.
Oh, we're about to see a shimmering refraction on the Paladin, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, and
Yes.
this is a good choice. Like Chem Collapse definitely needs to stem the bleeding here. Needs to make sure that they're not taking, a card's worth of damage from
Oh,
that
not on the
paladin.
Paladin, going straight to face.
Ooh. Wow. Does Chem Collapse think they have it?
I think so. I think
With
they
one
might
more,
be
that could
pretty
be it,
close.
right? Yeah. Do
Yeah,
we have one
shimmering
more spell?
refraction is a norm card, so it doesn't matter that Viridian Protector Trinket is on board.
Yeah, so with 14 damage stacked up on the Seraphim, even with those recovery herbs, one more spell is going to be enough. Is one more spell going to be enough? I guess 3 recovery on the board there, so they could be down to 11, which means that Chem Collapse needs another 8 damage, which they're not quite there. They're getting 6 off of a Shimmering Refraction, 7 off of a Refracting Missile.
Yeah, and you also have to worry about the Seraphim surely has his own uh glimmering refusal to play through.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way Le Seraphim doesn't have defenses here. Le Seraphim choosing to draw some more cards off of the next Zhang Jiao. The
Mhm.
unique rule, of course, causing the other Zhang Jiao to go to the yard. But getting in an attack first, the appropriate way to do it. This
Yeah.
this actually is interesting here because if Le Seraphim was feeling threatened, this could have been recovery as well. Very easy to put one card down in your memory when playing the Zhang Jiao in order to regain the health if you want it. But it looks like Le Seraphim is feeling very pretty in control of this game.
Yeah, I'm interested in why Chem Collapse decided to not kill the Frostrun Paladin. I guess they just don't feel very threatened right now.
Yeah, the line that makes the most sense to me is if Chem Collapse feels like they have a win condition. If
Yeah,
they think because at this point they take this hit from the paladin, they can only afford to take one more hit. They're actually at a point where any spell just kills them.
yeah, yeah.
So they have to feel like they have enough defenses to stay alive through this turn, as well as enough resources to close the game out on the next turn. Otherwise, they've played very aggressively for in a position where they maybe should have been a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, we do have a pretty big influence from Chem Collapse, so
Mhm.
I think he's not truly afraid. Another Frostrun Paladin though.
Another Frostborn Paladin.
This
Oh my
is
gosh, such a
very
board
scary.
presence. Yeah, this is a very strong board from Le Seraphim. And Chem Collapse really has to shortcut this game.
Yeah,
This is not gonna go in their favor if it lasts much longer.
I think there has to be some sort of response here. Or it doesn't look like it.
Nope. burning the refracting missile, getting that extra card draw and that extra buff counter on the Frostborn Paladin. Another 3 damage coming in potentially from this Paladin. Um, actually, wouldn't surprise me to see Leferum just leave that Paladin awake here because Chem Collapse is in lethal range regardless.
Yeah.
But no, goes in for that attack.
Yeah, wants to put pressure on.
This will bring Chem Collapse up to a very dangerous 16 out of 19 health.
Yeah, it seems like we're gonna get a response here from Chem Collapse. See.
What is the
Oh,
play? It's looks almost like another Shimmering Refraction. So I'm not exactly sure what direction this is going to go.
he's doing a little bit of math. Tapping 2 or resting 2. Oh, fast
Ooh,
cure.
the fast cure. I like this here.
Oh,
Double fast
double
cure.
fast cure.
And I especially like both of these played here at this point, making sure that your influence is low enough that Seraphim can't contest it.
I wonder what I wonder if Seraphim has an answer. I think he can. If he has a shimmering refraction, I think he has enough to play it and kill Seraphim before the stack resolves.
That's
I
true.
think
If
we
he has a
have.
damage spell, it would just be over.
I think so. We do have exactly 6 fractals, I believe,
Hmm.
with the Zhang Zhao or Fantasias, I should say.
Yeah, it looks like yeah,
Oh,
5 fractals and Janyu. So oh,
oh,
does that
that's
does that
so
work?
smart. That was
Yeah, okay.
really well
That's
played.
cool. So with 2 fast cures, Chem Collapse gets just under the wire on the Seraphim's influence, which means the Seraphim only needs to burn 1 card, in this case, a Lost in Thought for free from their hand, in order to bring their influence back into parity. So the fast cure doesn't recover anything.
Yeah, this is really scary for Chem Collapse. He has to find a way to kill the Seraphim, or else he's definitely dead.
Hmm.
I think the more sort of time passes, the more we realize how strong Lost in Thought actually is. There's all these different use cases. I've never thought about just Lost in Thoughting for 0 to get under the influence for fast cure. That was really good.
Hmm. Well, the Seraphim's passing their turn, so it's time for Chem Collapse to make or break.
Scepter of Fascination.
Mhm. Yeah, they have the float, so this is a pretty easy way to get an extra card draw.
Yeah. We still have Jan Yu on the naming the burst asunder here, so
Mhm.
we'll see what
So that would
we'll see
be
what we
what,
can
one,
do.
2, 3, 4, 5, and the John Yu itself is 6. So Burst Asunder costs an additional 8 in order to be played here.
Yeah. That's really, really expensive.
Does Chem Collapse have access to 10 though? With 5 in hand and 6 fractals on the board, I think they exactly have enough to Burst Asunder if they want to.
Yeah, I wonder there's only two cards from Le Seraphim, no untapped fractals, so we don't seem to have any interaction. So
Yeah, that is potentially a rough position for Le Seraphim if they want to survive a big Burst Asunder. They
here we're
do have
doing
access to herbs, but all of their herbs are just healing herbs, and getting down to 11 won't help if Chem Collapse ends up bursting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 14 damage.
we're resting all
Yeah,
fractals burst
there
asunder.
it
Yep,
is.
there it is.
The plus
This
8 from Jean Yu not enough to keep Burst Asunder away.
up, and it seems like it gets there.
Yep, the Seraphim's cleaning up. Congratulations to Chem Collapse on game 1.
Yeah, man, that was such a smart play to name burst asunder when you
Hmm.
you know have all these other ways of killing their fractals. Putting down too many fractals for it to matter. Uh, they can just rest all of them to just pay for it anyways.
Yeah, the Fractals mirror matchup is a sufficiently slower matchup, I think, that neither of them are going to be rushing, needing to play cards in order to answer their opponent. So they get the chance to build up that influence. And especially with all of those fractals on the field, they have sort of a pseudo influence of 12, 13, 14. You know, you can actually get around that massive extra Janyu cost.
Yeah, one of the cool things about fractals is that, they get to you put all your fractals on board and they all have reservable. And so, your influence technically is very small, but you have all these reservable fractals that can pay for all the stuff that you need to pay. And, notably, Fast Cure only cares about your influence. It doesn't care about reservable fractals. So you can do stuff like putting down resting 2 fractals for Fast Cure when you really only have 3 cards in hand, but you have all these fractals that end up paying for anything you want to play.
Yeah. So some important sideboarding decisions to be made here. Le Seraphim definitely has some tech in the board for this specific matchup. I think Le Seraphim was expecting a mirror or two here. We're probably going to be seeing some Annul Spell come in to handle some of Chem Collapse's offense. Coronation Ceremony as well, in order to, again, handle Chem Collapse's offense. Also, quite a few Expel the Departeds in Le Seraphim's board, and Extricating Touch as well could come in this sort of slower mirror match.
Yeah,
A
this
lot
sideboard
of
seems
cards.
yeah, sideboard seems pretty heavily teched into fractals. A little surprising.
Hmm. Yeah, and many of these cards also play well against stuff like Astra Arisana, or anybody else that's doing spell damage things or more controlling things. Coronation Ceremony also works well against sort of the end game Luxem win condition. Um, but all of these very, very good in this particular matchup as well.
Yeah, yeah. We have
From
Chem
Chem
Collapse's
Collapse,
sideboard.
yeah, go for it.
We have Viridian Protector Trinket from the in the sideboard. That's that was pretty good. That seemed to help out Le Seraphim quite a lot. We have
Mhm.
one Janyu, which we saw the influence of that in game one. Sensual Restful Peace. Do you think that they bring in Sensor of Restful Peace in this matchup?
That's a really good question. I think that maybe kind of trying to look through their main deck materials. Um, they probably do not, because everything in their main deck is useful except for the Wind Resonance Bauble, and that almost assuredly just swaps one for one with a Viridian Protective Trinket.
Mhm.
Sensor of Restful Peace is situational, right? Since you're relying on floating memory just as much as your opponent is in this situation. So I'm not sure whether or not that's something that they could bring in if they know their hand, if they see that their hand is floating memory light. But it's also like giving you an opportunity to play somewhat dynamically. We'll see if Chem Collapse values that.
Yeah, we have a from Les Seraphim 3 fractal turn 1, turn 0, I guess.
Yeah, fantastic start.
Yeah, really, really good. We kind of see the influence of the one cost fractal, and I can't remember the name of that fractal.
Dissonant Fractal, right?
Yes, dissonant fractal. Yeah, we see the influence of the ban. Normally, we see like 4 fractal turn ones, where you glimpse 4 and you set up your next turn really well.
Hmm.
You see fractal rain imbued.
Ooh, an imbue on the Fractal of Rain, showing two Fracturizes, I think. So that tells you something about what Chem Collapse's next turn might look like.
Yeah, more than likely a backup charger with fracturizing on the power cell.
Hmm.
Fractal of intrusion. How do you feel about this card, Fractal of intrusion?
I feel about Fractal of Intrusion much the way I feel about Extracting Touch. I think it is a kind of slow way to use your value. And I think it's only good against decks that are going to be trying to build up to something. So
Mm,
I think it's interesting because Fractal of Intrusion early on costs you a floating memory that you could be using to draw a card. But
yeah.
instead of giving you that extra velocity, it maybe sets your opponent back, right? They have one less card to deal with, one less influence in order to make their plays. So maybe it does slow your opponent down in that respect. But I feel like it's best served taking away an important threat. So actually, in this matchup, I really like it because if you can pull a Burst Asunder, if you can pull a Shimmering Refraction, that's a lot less damage that you're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, for sure.
Chem Collapse not valuing that ability here, or maybe just low on fractals and trying to get as many fractals on the field as possible. The unfortunate
Yeah,
reality is without Dissonant Fractal, there are a lot of 3-cost fractals, which definitely slow down your initial turns.
yeah, we see a much more slow start from Chem Collapse here with only 2 fractals on board. See it? Ooh,
There it is, expelling the
Expel the
Departed.
Departed.
Le Seraphim
Yeah,
knows how to play this mirror. Deny
Fractal
your
of
opponent
Rain.
resources.
Yeah, I think Fractal of Rain is the target you want to go for. The
Absolutely.
value that Fractal of Rain can get over the course of a game is really, really strong.
hmm it's a little bit less in a deck like this versus a deck like Genbu, where
Yeah.
Genbu is so focused on that self-mill engine, has a bunch more of that graveyard interaction, a bunch more of that floating memory. I think even at the highest end, a Fractals deck tends not to have more than like 16 floating memory.
Mhm.
So Fractal of Rain usually doesn't hit that often. So it's an interesting choice to see Fractal of Rain imbued here from Chem Collapse. I wonder if
Yeah.
that's setting up for a specific interaction. Maybe they have Fractals of Insight that they're waiting to play.
Yeah, I think a lot of fractals I think a lot of fractal players will imbue one fractal of rain and then not imbue any of the other ones just because they can get, the lucky mill on the float every now and then and that gets them, their level 1 and their scepter of fascination for free uh if they're lucky. But we've seen it's rather departed and just passed, I think, from Le Seraphim.
Yeah, it looks like the Seraphim didn't have any other plays, so a full grip moving into Chem Collapse's turn. Chem
Ooh,
Collapse now playing a Fractal of Refreshment. We're going to see whether or not they decide to take advantage of that.
okay. So we're sending a Fracturize and a Chill to the Bone, I think?
Yeah, I think that's right.
We're drawing 2. This Fractal is really good for cycling your hand when you, don't have very good options.
hmm Yeah, Chill to the Bone, not a particularly powerful effect in this matchup. Not too many attackers, so probably not something that Chem Collapse needs to worry about. And
Yeah.
just looking for velocity, really looking for some more fractals, I think. Chem Collapse looks like they're very much in the hole here in terms of onboard resources.
Yeah, they haven't had, too many Fractals. Obviously, Le Seraphim killed one of their Fractals. A lot of 3-cost Fractals on board too, very expensive from, Chem Collapse here.
Mhm. Interesting. So those Chills to the Bone, those aren't in the main deck for Chem Collapse. Those came in from the sideboard. I guess Chem Collapse was worried about the paladins that they saw from Le Seraphim.
Yeah, that makes sense. Paladin represents a lot of damage over the course of a game. And, you don't wanna waste your shimmering refractions, your refracting missiles on killing allies when you can kill, your opponent essentially.
hmm
See one glimmering refusal banished to level up here. Or to no, not to level up. How did we mm, oh interesting. He glimmering refusal defracturize, denying the float.
Denying the float and denying the fractal, because he sees where Chem Collapse is.
Yeah. True, yeah. He's just playing the I'm going to slow you down until, you know, I can win.
hmm Yeah, I mean, I think the if this plays out the same way as the previous game, then Le Seraphim is going to be really relying on building up a board and trying to overwhelm Chem Collapse with a slightly stronger late game. But in order to get there, they have to not get burned out in the early game by Chem Collapse's Burst Asunders or whatever, or whatever they have, right? So they definitely want to keep Chem Collapse low on resources in order to make sure that they can't build up to something big. And here is the solution to that problem. I love this. So normally you can only play Zheng Jiao off of 3 fractals because you need to have an empty memory in order to draw the cards off of Zheng Jiao. But by
Mhm.
putting the scepter underneath the Grail, you can have a controlled single card banish, which means that while Zheng Zhao's ability is on the stack, you can remove that card in your memory in order to cash it in for another card because of the Scepters on enter. Um,
Yeah, this is really
but still
smart.
draw your cards off of only 2 fractals.
Yeah, really smart here from Chem Collapse. This also notably draws you 3 cards because of Scepter Fascinations on enter.
Mhm. Chem Collapse trying for the Fracturize again. We'll see if LeSeraphim has an answer to it. Nope. This time Fracturize is good.
Yep, seems like it goes through.
So Chem Collapse finally hitting that all-important 3 fractal count. And then
Yeah.
passing the turn.
Yeah, Les Seraphim got the Viridian Protector Trinket again last turn. He just wants to, Les Seraphim has low influence, not a lot of fractals. So he just wants to have his turn completely uninterrupted, no negation, uh, do whatever he wants during his turn.
Yeah, the Viridian Protective Trinket marks their play as worried about what their opponent has during their turn, right?
Mhm.
So, Chem Collapse holding up looks like 5 cards, exactly enough to interact through the Viridian Protective Trinket if necessary,
Yeah.
but definitely slows Chem Collapse down, right? That's 2 extra cards that Chem Collapse can't use for reserve costs or whatever. If Chem Collapse wanted to do something else on their turn, they would have to basically go shields down against that Viridian Protective Trinket.
Yeah, which is really scary for Chem Collapse. He's not level 1, so he can't cheat cards from his memory.
Mhm.
So if he puts all his cards down, that's where they stay.
Yeah, absolutely. This is potentially so Chem Collapse once again feels like they're a little bit behind here, but that didn't stop them from winning the previous game off of a stacked Burst Asunder through that extra tax on Janyu.
Yeah. Pass from Les Seraphim. Not a lot of maybe not a lot of plays in
Oh.
hand.
Yeah, not a lot of action. No new fractals coming down, I think is probably the important part of this.
Yeah.
So interesting. Must have a hand full of interaction, full of damage. So maybe we'll see something like a shimmering refraction here in order to get their float count up, in order to go up to level 1. Um, but worrying, no fractals, no allies in order to start pressuring on the board, just holding back.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if Chem Collapse goes to level 1 here. We're still thinking on materialization.
Yeah, they do have that one floating memory to play with. And looks like they're doing math here, which is, something from the Seraphim side. That's not something to see.
Yeah, that's very scary. Le Seraphim has chosen not to level, so they are only at 15 HP. They've already taken 1 damage, so this could be kind of scary, especially with Scepter Fascination out. They can play a card during their turn and then play a card during Le Seraphim's turn. And if those are both of those are big spell cards, then it's very scary for Le Seraphim.
Yeah, unfortunately for them to be big spell cards, there needs to be enough critical mass on board, right? So with only 3 fractals, they're looking like they're probably going to need to play 2 fractals, and then on top of that, play a spell, play 2, maybe 3 spells in order to burn out the Seraphim. So they're not there yet for sure.
Okay, we see a refracting missile here for only 4, four.
Refracting Missile for 4 damage, putting the Seraphim at 5 out of 15. So they will need 10 more damage this turn. And if what they have in their hand is a damage spell and a Burst Asunder, that'll do it.
Yeah, this was pre-rec, so he still has all of his cards in hand now. This is very scary.
Yeah, 1 damage incoming from Zhangzhou. And we'll see if Seraphim has defense for what is clearly looking like a dangerous board.
Yeah, he still has all his cards in hand, so it could see a glimmering refusal here to stay alive.
The Zhangzhou here, I think, is a good sign for Seraphim. Chem Collapse is digging, right?
Yeah.
Chem Collapse is looking for more gas.
Yeah, I think so. I think he wants to be able to kill him before he levels up here, before he has that health buffer.
Yeah, honestly, given that Seraphim is at 7 out of 15, Burst Asunder here does it.
Yeah,
Burst Asunder alone is enough to seal the deal. But Le Seraphim has a full hand. There's no way this is just gonna get through uncontested.
right. And all fractals awake. So
Right. But we're seeing a Fractal of Insight come down, bringing Chem Collapse's fractal count up to 4. So this could be the sign of a Shimmering Refraction, or even 2 Shimmering Refractions, one during the main and then one during Le Seraphim's turn off of the back of those Glimmer counters.
mhm.
Uh, but once again, just digging. Chem Collapse is looking for some more.
Yeah, I think choosing to use the fractal insight on enter sort of tells Le Seraphim that Chem Collapse just doesn't have it.
Yeah, all that math during materials, and here we are. This is the end of the. All right,
There's a mental damage, you gotta mental damage your opponent.
we got a Fracturize coming down. I think turning the Power Cell into a all important fractal for Le Seraphim, bringing that fractal count up to 5 as we move into Le Seraphim's Materialize.
Yeah, we have a pretty interesting situation here in he Chem Collapse only has 5 cards in hand, and Viridian Protective Trinket is on board.
Mhm.
And so this could be kind of scary for uh Chem Collapse here. At
Yeah,
most you can
Le Seraphim actually playing this out like he has a line, right? Seeing this
yeah.
refracting missile during Chem Collapse's end step to maximize resources that are going to be available on Le Seraphim's turn.
Yeah. And you also, you can't use Dao Chan's effect if it's during your own end phase. It has to be
Mhm.
during your opponent's turn.
Interestingly, Chem Collapse is in a position where they can use Diao Chan's ability on a Glimmering Refusal because of that Scepter of Fascination, right? You can add
Yeah.
2 extra Glimmer counters in order to account for the Viridian Protective tax,
Yeah,
right?
for sure. Choosing to level up here. We took the damage from refracting.
Mhm. Chem Collapse now at 6 out of 19, so 13 more damage from Le Seraphim if he wants to seal the deal.
We have 5 fractals on board, so that's already 12 damage, I believe, from Burst Asunder.
That would be 12 from Burst Asunder, and one more source of damage would be enough.
Mhm. Resting 3. Might see
Is this
another
Zhang Zhao or is
critical
this
hit.
another refracting missile?
Ooh,
Oh, it's the
okay. Front from
Paladin.
Paladin. That's a big threat.
It is a big for that. We have a lot of float too from Le Seraphim, so this is
Yeah.
an easy way to turn this into both more damage and more velocity, getting that extra card draw.
Yeah. Seems like ooh, we're doing the math.
Hmm.
I love when players do the little tapping on the thing to do the math. It paints the picture. Man,
It
I'm
definitely does,
thinking.
and I appreciate it as just an early warning system. Oh, the player is
Yeah, yeah.
doing math. This is important.
Yeah. You just take it as a sign of can I kill you? Ooh.
There it is. There's the burst
Burst
asunder.
asunder.
Yeah, and off of the extra damage from the paladin, that's enough. That's lethal if Chem Collapse lets this through.
Yeah, we'll see if he has a glimmering refusal. But the Seraphim has a bunch of cards in hand
Yeah,
still.
looking at Le Seraphim's hand, I can't quite count what his influence is at right now. Because a glimmering refusal from Chem Collapse only costs him an extra 4. It's not a hard negate here.
We have a glimmering refusal.
So do we have 4 from Le Seraphim?
Can we? You could just counter the glimmering refusal.
Seraphim pitching a card, or shuffling a card rather, with the herb, cycling 1 in order to draw 1 more. Looks like Le
Yep.
Seraphim's influence is 3.
Okay.
So not quite enough to pay for the glimmering refusal here.
Okay.
Yeah, no fractals awake at this point. They've all been rested in order to play for spells. Oh, that hurts so much getting it negated in that situation.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. I wonder what's under the Quicksilver Grail.
Might be a safeguard. That seems pretty common in terms of defending yourself against fractals.
Yeah, maybe.
Could also be no, I don't think Le Seraphim is running Scepter of Fascination.
Mm. We'll have Shimmering Refraction here during Le Seraphim's end phase. That is for 4 damage so far.
Oof. Yeah, this with that negate, Chem Collapse is really seizing the momentum here, has almost an entire turn to themselves, relatively free. We know that Le Seraphim doesn't have a negate, because otherwise they would have used it on that glimmering and closed out
Right.
the game earlier. So Chem Collapse must feel completely free and clear here. If they have the cards, they have the win. So now it's
They
just a matter of seeing whether or not they have the cards.
Yeah, they could also have another Shimmering Refraction under or, in the memory, and they do have Scepter Fractionation out, so this could turn into 2 Shimmering Refractions.
Fascinating. Le Seraphim using a level counter. Ooh, in order to get to level 2.
Huh. Expel the Departed, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, getting that extra cost reduction on Expel the Departed. Very cool.
Yeah, that's really nice.
And that lowers the damage output from that Shimmering Refraction as well. So if you're going to use that effect, this is the perfect time to do it.
Yeah, I think, Le Seraphim a little bit more breathing room here with that another Fractal, destroyed here.
Mhm. So at this point, Burst Asunder off of 3 fractals is gonna be 8 damage, which is still exactly enough to kill, but that Shimmering Refraction from Chem Collapse makes me think that maybe they don't have the Burst Asunder here.
Yeah, and we also have to be worried about, like you said, it could be a Safeguard Amulet under the QSG, the Quicksilver
Mhm.
Grail.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Even with a Burst Asunder, probably not lethal.
Right.
I mean, you go for it, right? You make them pop it. What else
Yeah,
are you gonna
I
do?
think you have to, yeah. See. Oh,
Oh, okay.
okay.
Starting with the build up, getting that Fractal of Rain on board.
Okay. That's 10 damage now, I believe. That
10
is
damage
enough.
if there's no defense, yep.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
more
no
fractals. Chem Collapse
more fractal.
continuing to build up. We're not. I'm wondering if we're going to see this rested to glimpse. Like, are we digging for resources here? Are we digging for more cards, or does Chem Collapse have what they need and they just need the to play it?
Yeah, are we digging or are we pumping our spells here?
It's a really good question. I wonder
Doesn't
if they're
seem
in a
like it.
position where they can set up to burst asunder and then, in response to the Grail break, hit with some extra damage. But I don't think they can get 9 damage off of
Mhm.
what they have in their hand outside of a burst asunder.
Another fractal. It doesn't seem like they have it.
No, it really doesn't. Yeah, this is a lot of buildup. So
Yeah.
potentially into a huge turn next turn, but now they gotta live until next turn.
Yeah, it's very, very, very scary from a thing. Frostborn Paladin, uh, believe 5 fractals, a QSG with something under it. Ooh, refracting missile for I believe
3, 4, 5, 6,
7.
7 damage. That looks like 7 damage
Yeah,
to me. Hand completely down, all in on this refracting missile that'll take Le Seraphim to 18 out of 19.
yeah. Maybe there's maybe shimmering refraction in memory too.
Oh yeah, with the Scepter of Fascination. Yeah, they're in a good that's actually gonna work. If
Yeah,
they have it,
notably
that works.
it's a
Ooh.
norm card. It will get over. Yep, looks like you were right.
Yeah, there's that safeguard. Understandable.
Okay, so
Instead of
7 to
7
take.
taking 3,
Yeah,
leaving them with 5 health remaining, which is exactly enough to die to a Shimmering Refraction out of memory if Chem
yeah.
Collapse has
No,
it.
no heal herbs as well.
Oh,
Up.
and there it is! In response to the Materialize, here we go. This is gonna be it.
Yeah, it seems
Popping
like
the
it.
Scepter for 2 Glimmering counters,
Shimmering
and
refract. Yeah,
there it is. Oh, beautiful.
no response. I don't believe.
Yeah, all of Le Seraphim's cards are down.
Yeah.
Ah. Le Seraphim
Wow.
with full damage in their hand and not enough
Yeah,
time to use it.
man, that was really good from Chem Collapse here. Uh,
Yeah, well played.
yeah. three, two of their fractals destroyed. Not a very good sort of start to the game.
Mhm. Yeah, it's such a rough position, right? Definitely playing from behind, not enough resources to make anything happen, and kind of the cards lined up, I think, very well for them at the end of the day, right? Being able to get those cards in for a couple of damage here, a couple of damage there,
Mhm.
and being able to stop that critical burst asunder from the Seraph, right?
Yeah, for
So
sure.
giving yourself the turns you need in order to play the cards that you have.
Yeah, it seemed like Les Seraphim played a lot of cards that sort of slow down Chem Apocalypse, but it didn't seem to matter. The influence from uh Chem Apocalypse is pretty bad or pretty big here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's honestly, it was a really good match just in general, right? A lot of back and forth, and then the burst asunder powering through that 8 tax on the Janyu was
Yeah.
just just a really hype play.
Yeah, the fractals, they end up they are reservable. They end up paying for a lot of the stuff you want to do. Even if
Yeah,
you do have
absolutely.
that Jan U that makes your bursters under cost 8, you can just rest all of the fractals and say, "Here's 8.
Mhm.
I will pay for that."
Yeah.
It,
I mean, honestly, I love that play from the Seraphim to begin with. The Janyu on burst asunder, the sort
Mhm.
of just initially stating your intentions of like, okay, I would like this game to go longer because I believe I have a better late game than. And
Yeah,
that's beautiful, that's beautiful. Just that statement of intent I think is great.
yeah,
Um,
for sure.
but it, didn't quite work out that way. Fractal's decks, unfortunately, as we all know, have a history of burning people out early on. So, if it doesn't make it to the late game, not so much you can do.
Yeah, I think one of the things that, ended up being a pretty big factor here is the fact that, you know, Chem Apocalypse is using Dao Chan, and so
Mhm.
they do get to use the Scepter Fascination and the Dao Chan level 1 effect to sort of cheat out a lot of damage. The Shimmering Refractions, the Glimmering Refusals, all of those cards paying the Glimmer counter instead of the cards in your hand is really, really strong. Something that, Arisana doesn't really have. Every card
Absolutely.
that
You're 100% correct. And Arisana trades that burst utility for a potentially stronger late game, a little bit more health, a little bit of recovery in the herbs,
Mhm,
potentially some card draw with that ingredients pouch.
mhm.
And it's just really interesting to see how those two decks play against each other in that situation, even with their game plan feeling so similar.
Yeah, the Arisana deck also plays a lot more allies than the Dao Chan deck, right? I don't think Dao Chan played any ally that wasn't Zhang Zhao, I don't think.
Is that right? I mean, that's
So,
definitely how it played out over the course of the game. But
yeah.
looking at the deck list, I think the Diaochan deck is the one with Gildises at all. And Le Seraphim just got lucky in terms of drawing more paladins than
Oh,
their
yeah.
opponent. Not that it ended up, mattering much in terms of the actual match outcome.
Yeah, I don't think we saw a single, Frostborn Paladin or Gildis from Dao Chan.
Nope, we didn't. Yeah, I think it's two Gildises and four Frostwarns in Chem Collapse's deck, and none of them
Mhm.
ever hit the board.
Yeah, man, Fractals.
Fractals, right?
Who needs allies?
I wholeheartedly agree. All right, I am definitely a filthy combo player, so I believe in the fractal supremacy.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I only need one ally, and it's a big turtle. That's the
There
only
you
ally I
go.
care about.
There you go. Yeah,
That's
definitely the other approach to water, right?
yeah, yeah. We play some fractals in that deck. Play
Sure.
a
Yeah, why not?
couple notable ones.
Fractal of Rain is a very powerful card. I mean, it's honestly surprising with how powerful Fractal of Rain is, and all of the other like we started talking earlier about the self mill, right? Tidestone Bow, Lost in.
Mhm.
We have that on top of stuff like Genbu. We have that on top of stuff like Fractal of Rain. So maybe it's just the critical mass that is what Weebs is worried about. So that's
Yeah.
why Lost in Thought moved to Cat 3. That's why Tidestone Bovine moved to Cat 1. But there's still a lot of really powerful self mill options. There's still a lot of powerful engine pieces available to water.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think Fractal Rain might be my favorite card in the game, I think.
I could see that. It's very cool. I do love the sort of the power fantasy in general, right? I've liked fractals for as long as fractals have existed. And
Mhm.
then also having that extra self mill on top of it, fractal of rain, or even targeted mill on
Yeah.
is very, very cool.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely won some games where I have 3 Fractal of Rains and I go, "You know what? Your deck is looking kind of small. I think I'll choose you 3 times. And for the next 3 rounds, you'll lose 9 cards."
It's definitely
That's
one of the scariest moments against a water match is that
yeah, yeah.
inflection point of them like, "Mill me? No,
Yeah.
mill you."
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Love it. All right. Well, with that match end, I think we have roughly 15 minutes to go until the start of the next round. So I think we will take to a quick break while we set up for that. And in the meantime, thanks for hanging out. Always definitely appreciative of having people here watching the Yeti, especially the a little bit off schedule the Revelfest specials. So thanks for tuning in, and I think that's me and Audie saying goodbye for a bit, and we'll be back after that.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Revelfest special Yeti online tournament. I am Jim the Eternal. With me is Adi. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Doing good.
Excellent. Quick reminder, if you want to follow along with the tournament, we have the Omni link down below. As well, it would help out the channel if you smash that like button and check out all the other things that we have listed down there. Um, but Yeah, we've got one round one in the books, so moving on to round two shortly. Is there anything in particular that you would want to see match up a particular deck?
Uh, I like seeing I like seeing Wind Astra Aristanos
Mm,
because
yeah.
I feel like the deck has so many different ways that you can play it, and it really you can tell when someone really knows their stuff with Wind Astra. Uh, because I've tried to play that deck. It's really hard. It's really hard. You just you get beat up before you get to level 3, and it doesn't feel good for me. But
Mm.
when I see these pro players like Proan, Aqua do the stuff that they do, it's really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a deck that rewards having sort of those lines and numbers kind of ingrained in you, right? Like I will never forget watching Limbo play at Ascent Santa Clara
Yeah,
and just the way that he responded to his opponents, like, yeah, hit me, yeah, hit me, yeah, hit me. This
yeah,
damage doesn't matter, just hit me. And
yeah,
and had it calculated down to the like 2 health that he needed in order to make it to the next materialize
yeah. It's
with all of
really
his defensive
scary.
tools and everything. It's like and that only happens after your like 100th match with that
Yeah,
with that deck, right? You've played that deck so many times that you're seeing cosmic bolts in your sleep and you know exactly how much damage everything deals. And
yeah,
you got to respect that kind of knowledge. You got to respect that kind of dedication to the deck.
yeah. It's one of those things where you're just like, I see them play and they're always like, "Am I dead? Nah, that's fine. Am I dead? Nah, well, that's fine. I'll take it. I'll take the
Mhm.
damage. It'll be fine. I'll 3 visits. I'll fast cure. It'll be fine."
Lineage release.
Yeah, yeah. Lineage release. Yeah,
There's so many tools in that deck to stay
yeah,
alive.
yeah. There's a lot of healing in that deck. That deck hates Morgan.
God, very cool. So I think we do have some deck lists now for our next match, which is exciting. Looks like we have Rhea on Wind Shadow Strike and Solar Myth also on Wind Shadow Strike. We have the Tristan Mirror. All right, Adi, how do you feel about the Tristan Mirror?
The Tristan Mirror. I feel like Tristan in general is just the deck can kind of just do it all. You know,
Mm-hmm. It's
I
a lot
feel
of
like
power.
I feel like, they have the sort of late game. I have all of the influence in the world. I am going to do whatever I want. I'm going to not let you do anything that you want. And then they also have the sort of sneaky, you know, I have 4 prep. I'll spend 1 card and I'll slice and dice you for 15.
Mm-hmm.
And they can pump out a lot of damage really quickly, but even if they don't, they can get to that end game where it's really hard to kill them and also really hard to interact with them.
Yeah, it feels like even during the early game, Shadow Strike Tristan has a lot of these, really effective tools to kind of keep you at bay. Also, just assassin tools in general, right? Get
Yeah,
incapacitate, and then you have stuff like Veiling Breeze, and then you have stuff like Sadi, which is just impossible to deal with.
yeah,
So just a really solid, like mid-rangey early game, and then the moment they get to level 3, the floodgates are open. Just incredible damage pours forth, and it's so hard to deal with. It's such a powerful deck.
yeah. I think a lot of the mirror is probably going to come down to how much prep can you build before your opponent can.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of people running Staggering Strike in their sideboards, so this could potentially be, the kind of thing. Actually, are they running Staggering Strike in their sideboards here? Rhea is not. Solar Myth also not. So I think neither of them prepared for the Tristan Mirror.
Yeah, I don't think
Interesting.
either of them expected to play the Tristan Mirror here.
So I think that's really funny because we saw Tristan go the distant, go the distance at
Yeah,
Worlds, right? Tristan, uh just the main deck players doing very well, and then, um, why am I blanking on his name? Oh my god, I'm a terrible person.
Terry
Ta um,
or Bo?
Taylor, main deck Taylor,
Oh, yeah.
who won the day on Shadow Strike Tristan,
Mhm.
right? So it wouldn't surprise me to see, some fast follows here, some people
Yeah.
influenced by main deck Taylor's deck choices. Um,
Yeah, I think if you're trying to think of a deck that you wanna play and you I think it's pretty safe bet to say, "Hey, what deck is the best in the world?"
right? What deck is the best in the world? Uh, I mean, the metagame for, stuff like Worlds is gonna be completely different, so but, I definitely appreciate people picking up that deck and trying it out. Obviously, I don't know how much experience either of these players have with this deck, but I guess we shall see. So here we are, we have Solar Myth 14 on top and Rhea down on the bottom, both of them in the 1-0 bracket, and, maybe a preview of what's to come, the slice and dice and the
Yeah.
adorable SP3 slice and dice.
Yeah, the SP3
Wait,
art
is
is
that
so
SP3?
good.
Those are the
Yeah.
box toppers, right?
Oh,
Mm,
yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah.
love that art.
Yeah, they're so cute. There's so many
Um,
there's so many good ones.
yeah. So I think Rhea won the die roll here. We saw a Spirit and Pass. Solar Myth now bringing out a Windmill Engineer.
Classic win start.
Hmm. And I think the expectation here is that Solar Myth is building up to either a Reclaim or maybe we'll see an Ace and Protector here.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
Yeah.
just reusing all of these efficient wind allies to build up a lot of pressure and a lot of value early on.
Yeah, I think this is one of the, like, one of the best sort of wind starts is the
Mhm.
windmill into Ace and Protector. Uh, it's definitely definitely what you wanna see in your opening hand.
Yeah, and I like this choice to leave the Ace and Protector up, right? This is sort of this early game is really going to be getting what value you can out of units. So
Mhm.
for Solar Myth to leave that Ace and up, that's saying you can clear this Ace and Protector, but it's going to cost you. And
Yeah.
I would rather not deal that 3 extra damage to you in order to make sure that my Ace and Protector can trade for whatever it is you're going to.
Yeah, for sure. We saw Fairy Whispers during the end phase, I believe. Now, backup charger being grabbed by Rhea.
Mhm. Yeah, all of those cards left up, you gotta get some value out of them, right? We'll
Hmm.
probably see, I don't know if we can see anything else during this materialize here, or during this recollection.
Yeah, maybe. I think the best plan. I think the plan that we want to go for is, getting influence. We saw Solar Myth play the windmill, play the Ace in. It's really, really good, really strong. We have Ford. Oh, yeah,
Mm.
turbocharge. Really nice,
Yeah,
really
definitely
nice.
taking advantage of the card advantage, right? Taking
Mhm.
advantage of the card advantage. Words. Turbocharge, dropping out that power cell, which you're not gonna get a lot of value out of, not a lot to do with power cell in this deck. So turning it in for 2 cards is a great choice.
Yeah, I don't think. I think the Tristan players used to run the Sable Remnant, which was an
Mm.
automaton, which you could get, a little bit more damage in with the power cell. But I think the turbocharge is a way better play. I think just building that influence is just going to be so much more impactful.
Mhm. And this is the kind of match where the mirror turns into these kind of influence wars,
Yeah,
right? You're building up in order to be able to use that Shadow Strike at level 3. You want to make sure that you can stop your opponent's interaction with stuff like incapacitate. So you need to have enough resources that you play 2, 3, maybe even 4 cards in a single turn in order to make that final damage go through. So it's really going to be a lot of building up, and turbocharge makes a lot of sense in that kind of environment.
yeah, for sure. We saw level one here. Banishing a Veiling Breeze, though, that could end up costing Solar Myth here.
That's true. That's an interesting choice. I find that most of the time, Tristan players are going to want to level up off of their floating memory, at least for level 1. right?
Yeah.
They really want to keep their influence high. So this is interesting. This tells me that the class bonuses for Solar Myth are more important than keeping those cards in hand. That Solar Myth is
Yeah.
looking to use that level. Maybe they don't have really good prep generation, um, or maybe their hand just doesn't include any floating memory and they're not willing. But I feel like that's kind of putting themselves in a position a little bit behind their opponent, Rhea.
Yeah, yeah. Like, we saw Rhea take the building influence uh game plan of the backup charger into the turbocharge. So the 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 going down on influence here for Solar Myth is a little bit can be a little bit costly.
Hmm. And now we're seeing this the card that everybody loves, the Windblast Lookout, coming out for Solar Myth here. So
Yeah.
taking advantage of that class bonus in order to get an extra glimpse, which is a pretty good reason to go to level 1, honestly, and starting to build up those prep counters.
Yeah, I think this card is really, really good. When this card sort of was announced, uh I thought, obviously Tristan already has a lot of prep generation. When I saw this card, I was like, man, more prep generation. That's pretty scary.
Hmm.
We have a Tristan level 1 from Rhea. Banishing a Shadow Strike though.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to be an important banish later on, or if they're already sitting, maybe they have multiple in hand, so it didn't feel like an important banish here.
Yeah, they put 3 cards down, so I'm assuming they have another Shadow Strike in hand if
Uh,
they're able to afford to lose this first one.
yeah. Um, well, it looks like they're having some trouble trying to figure out how to get on, right? With that Aeson just standing there, there's not a lot of room to clear Solar Myth's allies. And
Yeah.
Rhea's going to really have to invest in order to put something out on the board that's going to stick.
Yeah. Solar Myth has chosen to leave the Ace Protector up both turns too. So
Hmm.
this is
Yeah, really
really hard
not
for
concerned
Rhea.
about that damage.
Yeah, really hard for Rhea to clear Ace Protector here.
Hmm. I think under other circumstances, maybe we could see something like a black market bro Sadi in order to deal that 4 damage. But you really feels bad to send Sadi into an awake Ace Protector, right? You never want to make that trade.
You
Oh,
don't
but we're
need
seeing the perfect answer in this
you
situation, a Dream Fairy.
you don't need Sadi if you have Dream Fairy.
Mhm.
No Stifling Trap notably from Solar Myth though.
Yeah, that's true. That would have been really effective here. That's exactly the card you want to stifle.
Yeah.
1 damage from that Dream Fairy coming in and going to the face. Interesting. I was almost expecting a Sadi play here to clear the lookout.
Yeah, we did see Sadi in Rhea's hand.
Hmm.
Um and they
But
are they are an assassin, so agility would bring those cards back up.
That's true. It looks like they're valuing having the cards in hand, and they have to be worried about something like a reclaim, right?
Yeah,
If you send in Saudi and you don't get that agility, that's such a big hit.
right. Yeah, for sure.
Solar Myth bringing out Windwalker boots here, so definitely valuing that prep generation. Looking like they're going to make a run for the level 2 fairly soon. Wouldn't
Yeah, I
surprise
think.
me if Hmm?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I think that this is set up for going to level 2 next turn, right? This
Mhm.
is the kind of thing where they get their third prep counter here, and then next turn they can go to level 3 and surveil the winds with the not level 3, level 2, my mistake. With Hired Blade's ability on the stack in order
Mhm.
to get the 2 draws off of the materialize.
Yeah, I think one of the sort of notable one of the notable aspects of like a good Tristan player is knowing how quickly you can get to that 4 prep counter sort of threshold so
Mhm.
that you can level up to level 2, draw those 2 cards, get your influence back up. Um we've seen a lot of things like reclaiming Sadie, uh using the on enter on the stack, surveil the wins. All of that stuff will get you to 4 prep really, really quickly here.
Mhm. And we see Solar Myth making it to 4 prep anyway off of the back of Black Market Broker. which with that on enter preparation counter, also giving the black market broker stealth. So
Hmm.
that's going to be really difficult for Rhea to deal with if Rhea intends to deal with it at all.
Yeah, we I don't think we can see more Dream Fairies coming from Rhea. I think that would be putting sort of too many cards down.
Hmm.
But there is a pretty valid threat from Solar Myth of these allies just coming in every turn into Rhea.
Yeah, and if Rhea doesn't have a defense here,
Ooh.
they are in fact in that lethal range, that sort of Assassin's Ripper slice and dice buyout of
Yeah,
just you left yourself just wide enough open. We don't need to make this game go long here.
we did see a Dream Fairy reveal off the Fairy Whispers though.
Mhm.
That's, I don't think we want to play a Dream Fairy here though.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice. Kind of a lot of board presence in these 1/2s, and
Yeah,
maybe not a lot of reactions left in hand, which I think is the worrisome part here. Because
yeah.
Rhea does need to have enough of a defense that they don't just die to that prep
Mhm.
counters and Assassin's Ripper.
Ooh. Oh, interesting.
I love this. So this is Rhea being well aware of what their board presence looks like, what that deficit in health looks like, and spending the effort to keep their health low, to keep their damage low rather.
Yeah. I that this is notably a one of Shang Zhao.
Mm. Mhm.
So that's actually really interesting. Obviously, Wind has cards like Reclaim that get to pick the cards back up. Uh, even if you do only have one. We do see Sadie here.
So it looks like this is going into the lookout, trying to clear and trying to get that agility for Sadi.
Yeah. No Reclaim.
No reclaim, lucky. That is exactly the position you want to be. So
Yeah.
not only does that give Rhea more options now, it also serves as kind of a defense, right? Slightly less attackers coming in from Solar Myth's board. And that
Yeah.
extra agility means that Rhea will have so many cards in her hand.
Yeah, not a it's sort of like you know, a buffer. You sort of get a shield back when you kill an ally. Three
Hmm.
cards in hand is
Hmm.
a lot of influence to get back. Uh,
Absolutely.
we'll see a backup charger here.
Yeah,
Uh,
with that heal putting Rhea out of range, Solar Myth opts to not go for the aggressive option here and just builds influence, bringing out that backup charger, getting the extra
yeah,
card into memory, and moving.
yeah. I think one of the things that you want to do when you're leveling is have a bit more of control over your level. I think Solar Myth had a lot of cards down. Maybe going to level 2 could potentially put down too many of the cards that you don't want to banish. So,
Yeah, I definitely agree. That looked like it would have been a scary ban. There were a lot of cards down.
right. We see a Sadie from Solar Myth
This
coming
is some
into
Sadie on Sadie violence.
yeah, I think coming into the Sadie makes sense here. Ooh. Oh, it was into the Changzhou. Oh yeah. But yeah, paying 2 for Sadie makes it, unkillable.
What card did we see going into Rhea's discard there?
It was
Was
a
that a reclaim?
reclaim. Yeah, I believe it's reclaim, yeah.
So reclaiming reclaiming the Zhengzhou. Yes, that makes a
Yeah,
lot more
yeah.
sense. I misinterpreted where the cards were on. Okay, so
Yeah, no.
reclaiming the Zhengzhou makes a lot of sense here
Yeah.
and gives Rhea access to that very powerful on entering.
Mhm. And more importantly, denies agility.
Yes, yeah, Solar Myth is not going to be able to control the cards that they have in their memory as well without.
Yeah, I think it's not I don't think it's terrible cuz you do need cards down to level
Mhm,
here if you are Solar Myth. So you're not terribly behind from this. You are up in prep generation as well.
mhm.
So not totally out.
Yeah, but I think this does deny Solar Myth a play,
Yeah.
right? because if they're looking to control what's in their memory, then they probably can't afford to put too many more cards down into their memory
Hmm.
without the agility backup of kind of being able to pull those cards back. So this kind of does deny Solar Myth the ability to play one more card this turn because they have to keep a bunch of cards back in their hand.
Agree. Yeah. If you want to have a little bit more control over that level, you have to not play cards.
Mm-hmm.
So we see a Wind Waker boots from Rhea. We see a little bit of a this bound to happen with the mirror. Uh,
Yep.
want they sort of take similar paths to get to their win condition. So
Also seeing the Saudi brought back for the prep counters.
hmm black market broker.
Very powerful. And just enough prep counters to give it stealth. So this is a sensible timing for that play as well.
Hmm. Yeah, having a 2/3 with stealth is very good. Presents a lot of damage over the course of a game.
Yep.
And apart from Dream Fairy, I don't think there's that many ways, if any ways, to deal with a black market broker from uh, Tristan. To ally that kind of just sticks around.
Yeah, yeah. Something like ensnaring fumes is sort of the wide net that you can use to get rid of it.
Right.
But otherwise, with no sources of true sight, very difficult to get rid of that 3 defense ally.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. We have
So
a. It
Rhea
seems like
passing
both
with a bunch.
lists.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, I was gonna say it seems like both lists are running two of ensnaring fumes, so they are in the deck.
Hmm. Yeah, ensnaring fumes is actually a really powerful value engine for this deck, right? With all the different on enters for all of their cards.
Yeah,
So it's definitely a useful tool to have, in
yeah.
addition to just blowing Genbu out of the water.
It's also float. Yeah,
What a card.
yeah. And it can be free if you play the prep. It's a really good card.
So Solar Myth declining the level up again. I guess without that agility being able to sculpt their memory, they were a little unhappy with the cards that they had down. So instead, going for the Grand Crusaders ring here and just working on keeping their influence up, right? Playing a bunch of neutral cards, sculpting their hand. We saw Fairy Whispers come down, Surveil the Winds come down, bringing their prep counters up to 6. So maybe setting up for a mastermind scheme, maybe setting up for a big transition to level 3 in a single turn. So going to 2 and then dungeon guiding to 3 and then having all of the prep counters they need to end the game right there.
Yeah, Mastermind Scheme is one of those cards that, completely turns the game on its head, Doubling your prep, especially with cards like Shadow Strike, is really, really scary.
I'll tell you what's scary is being at only 12 health left, facing
Yeah.
down an opponent who can slice and dice you out of nowhere.
Yep.
Rhea taking some extra damage here from these allies. 7 health now out of her total 19.
Yeah,
We'll
this
see if
is
Solar Myth is in a position to take advantage of it.
see 3 cards down, so no slice and dice.
And
Play.
still hasn't popped that Grand Crusaders ring either, so a lot of
Ooh,
room to play here.
a Dream Fairy.
The Dream Fairy. Really, I wonder what this is hitting. This is hitting the opposite
Oh,
Dream Fairy. Okay. So that actually clears the way for Solar Myth to play Jason again.
yeah, the Dream Fairy was on Asen, um, which is a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Solar Myth really doing that Wind Allies impression very well. Very convincing.
Yeah. Yeah, you, putting down 4 cards is probably not going to be ideal here, but you can play you can play Ace and Protector if you really want to.
Hmm. Some math happening here. 6 cards in hand. Finally popping that Grand Crusaders ring, getting that 7th card.
Hmm.
An
We
influence
have
of 10 total for Solar Myth right now.
5 cards from Rhea here.
Yeah, definitely enough cards to defend
Yeah.
if something big happens, right? They're I think she's in a good position to do something like a Veiling Breeze if a Slice and Dice comes out.
Yeah, I think notably without having a weapon, Slice and Dice can just be prevented with three prevention.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look nearly as scary when it's 3 and 6 instead of 6 and 9.
Yeah.
But we do see that ASIN come down, a bunch of cards going down for Solar Myth, bringing back the black market broker in order to get a intercepting 3/4 onto the board. And do you think we'll see the ASIN just standing there? Do you think we'll see the ASIN staying on defense?
I think so. I think Solar Myth has kind of done it pretty much every turn that Asen has been on board. So yeah, it seems like it's staying up. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, looks like Solar Myth happy to keep that ASIN on defense. I think also kind of doing that same calculation that Rhea was maybe doing earlier of I have 14 health left. My opponent has the critical 4 prep counters. If I
Yeah.
don't defend myself, this could be it.
Right. Right. We see a level up here from Rhea
Mhm. I
going
think she
into Tristan
had the
2.
reclaim in the yard, so 1 floating memory and then burning 1 card in hand. Looks like
Hmm.
Stifling Trap?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. I think if we have Dungeon Guide here, Rhea is in a really good spot.
Yeah, this could be going to level 3 is for certain very powerful. Getting
Yeah.
that Shadow's Claw out and being able to have those phantasms around for defensive purposes as well as potentially offensive purposes is pretty strong. She doesn't have enough prep counters to really threaten a win here,
Hmm.
but she definitely has the ability to get herself into an almost unassailable position for next turn at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Solar Myth has to sort of worry about how much damage Rhea can pump out here. Yeah,
We'll
Dungeon
see what
Guide.
she
Yep.
decides to do. Yes, the
Yeah.
dungeon guy. We love that guy.
Yeah. A lot of cards in hand left too.
Could see a stifling out of Solar Myth. This is probably the best use of stifling trap in this matchup. But nope, lets it
Yeah,
go.
seems like it's going through.
Burning an Asian Protector, and I can't quite tell what card is underneath it, but
Yeah,
probably a
I'm not sure
card that
either.
Rhea was not too concerned to lose.
Mm, I wonder if they don't. Rhea doesn't seem to have. They have it in the sideboard though.
Hmm.
I don't believe. Yeah, it seems like Solar Myth not playing Shadow Reaver uh in their list, but Rhea does have Shadow Reaver in the side.
Okay, we'll probably see that coming in for game 2.
Oh, a prep Shadow Strike. Wow.
Oh, just going all in here.
Yeah,
All right,
just
we have the prep Shadow Strike. I love this. So this is 9 damage off of the Shadow Strike, plus another 1 from the Claw, 10, plus another 4 from the 2 Ominous Shadows, 14.
yeah. Two from Bart Micro Broker, one from Dungeon Guide.
So 17 damage here, which is enough to kill if Solar Myth doesn't have enough defense. They still have to get through the Ace and Protector if Rhea wants to be able to deal damage with her allies directly.
Yeah.
And 14. Oh
See,
no,
yeah.
14 is exactly lethal. So if the Shadow Strike goes through with no change, that's it.
Yeah, see how much we're taking the damage though.
And then 2 more, and then 2 more. It's exactly lethal. Is there going to be an ensnaring fume? Ensnaring fumes would do it here. 2, and then
Three. Oh, Vertigus Degree.
Verdigris Decree. Show me the end cap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how
Yeah.
you play Tristan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I think
beautiful.
I think the influence was just uncontestable here for Maria.
Absolutely. And Solar Myth went mostly hands down, right? They were
Hmm.
relying on that Ace and Protect to keep their defenses up. And the life total combined with Rhea's admittedly not amazing prep count, but the prep
Hmm.
count was just enough, right? Exactly at the right total to get that Shadow's Claw out, to deal the extra damage off of the Shadow Strike, hitting for 14, exactly lethal on Solar.
Hmm. Yeah.
That is a very that is a very Tristan ending to that match.
Yeah, like we said, Tristan goes to level 3 and it is a really, really big number coming at you pretty soon.
Mhm.
The I
Yeah,
wonder
absolutely.
I wonder why Solar Myth didn't level a little earlier. I mean, they probably just didn't feel the threat, but man, Tristan can just really, really quickly just kill you.
So I think that most recent turn was actually because of Rhea interfering with Solar Myth's plan, right?
Yeah.
They materialized the Grand Crusader's ring instead of leveling up, and I think that was on the back of not being able to get that adjustment. I think that
Yep.
was because they couldn't quite sculpt their memory the way they wanted to.
hmm Yeah, you're afraid of losing some pretty pivotal cards here from Tristan, so ended up costing the game
So what do
here.
you think we're gonna be seeing from the sideboards? You've already mentioned, Shadow Reaver coming in
Yeah,
potentially for Rhea.
yeah, I think Shadow Reaver is like what exactly what you want to bring in against Tristan,
Mhm,
because all of the cards that you steal from, they're all playable. You know, the problem with Shadow Reaver is that you take 4 cards and then maybe some of them aren't playable, but when you're into Tristan, they're all playable.
mhm.
Um,
Um, and then
we'll
we
see.
have, so I know from Solar Myth's sideboard, there's not a whole lot of options to come, right? So
hmm
most of the options that Solar Myth has is for the Genbu matchup, but we
Yeah,
could see 2 Resolute stands come in, and I think Solar Myth is probably thinking about those Resolute stands based on how this game ended.
yeah. I There's one Heavenly Guide in Rhea's sideboard. How do you feel
Yeah.
about Heavenly Guide?
I think that if you're going to play Heavenly Guide, this is the match to bring, right?
Yeah,
Especially if you think maybe your opponent has that Shadow Reaver, maybe your opponent is just gonna be extra dungeon guiding, right?
yeah.
Especially if they're gonna Shadow Reaver and then try to dungeon guide off of dungeon guides. I think this is the match to bring if you're gonna play it at all.
Mhm.
On the flip side of that, though, I'm about to walk back that position. Uh, if you're waiting for Heavenly Guide for after your opponent dungeon guides, which is obviously the only time it's good, your opponent dungeon guides to 3, they frequently kill you that turn.
Mhm.
So it's a question of whether or not you feel like you can live through your opponent's level 3 turn in order to get value out of that Heavenly Guide. And maybe that's just too strict a proposition. Maybe that just doesn't fly.
Yeah, I think one of the things is also if Solar Myth plays Dungeon Guide, if Rhea brings in Shadow Reaver, they can Heavenly Guide for free into Tristan Shadow Dancer once they are Shadow
Yeah, it seems so powerful,
Reaver.
but it also seems like so out of reach, right?
Yeah.
Like it's really difficult to get to that situation where everything lines up,
Yeah.
but wow, it's so good if it does.
Yeah, no, for sure. Once you have that, it's a kind of a, writing on the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are seeing this game get underway. All sideboarding decisions have been made. Windmill Engineer coming down, as is tradition, this time on Rhea's side.
Yep,
So maybe
windmill
we'll see more
pass.
of an ally centric approach.
Yeah, windmill pass. Classic wind start.
Hmm. Yeah, very much setting up for that for a reclaim on the next turn.
hmm But a turbocharger from or backup charger from uh Solar Myth here. I wonder if they have a turbocharge.
Yeah, it would be so nice to see. Yeah, I wonder if actually the backup charger coming down is an indication that they have turbocharge,
Right,
because
yeah.
otherwise maybe they go for GCR, or maybe they go for boots here or something like that.
hmm We see 2. Okay. Wind bless. No glimpsing,
Sure.
just for the prep.
Hmm. Yeah, the glimpse unfortunately is tied to the class bonus. So
Mhm.
as a Spirit of Wind, Solar Myth is not currently an assassin, so no class bonus.
Mhm. No turbocharge.
Yeah,
We saw
and
turbocharge do a lot of work for Rhea last game.
yeah, very strong. Just 2 cards is such a big deal.
I believe. Oh, scout the land. Okay, scout the land during the end phase.
So I think this is in response to the attack. My bet is the attack is going after the Windmill Engineer.
No, they
So
already. I believe Solar Myth took the or Rhea took 1 damage from the wind bless.
oh yeah, it is marked on her tracker. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
okay, okay.
yeah. I think Solar Myth afraid of the reclaim.
Yeah, so just doesn't
Don't
bother.
want to give don't want to give him a free reclaim target. So
Makes sense. And since Rhea doesn't have to use the reclaim, Rhea is using that extra influence to get a card out of the backup charger.
yeah,
Understandable.
yeah, this influence getting really scary.
Mhm, mhm. I love this influence gain, and I love that Rhea is willing to take these slower, right? Not rushing to level 1, not burning cards in order to turn on the assassin stuff. Willing to play at spirit and build up influence before she starts spending cards that she's not gonna be able to get back.
Windbless just for the prep, just like Solar Myth.
Mhm.
We're coming in for 2 at face.
Yeah, these prep counters are so important too. Being able to find a source of prep counter generation early on is really key to the Tristan strategy, since you do have to get to that. You don't have to, but it feels very important to get to 4 prep counters before you go to level 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the more time you spend without 4 preps, the scarier the game gets for you as a Tristan player.
Yeah, that definitely sounds correct. Solar Myth leveling up to 1 now, burning one of those. I think that's a Shadow
Yeah, I believe so.
Swords, but choosing to take that prep counter, choosing to take that prep counter over the agility.
Yeah. We'll see we'll see a swing from attack declare from Windblast lookout. Oh, okay. Fairy Whispers maybe digging for a reclaim. We'll see. I think the attack went into Wingmill. Okay, Ace and Protector reveal.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think they had reclaim in hand. So
Yeah, I think that might have been actually testing the previous turn, right? Solar Myth going to face, and
yeah.
so not running into the reclaim. But when no
Mhm.
reclaim came down, I think they almost expected a reclaim to come down regardless. So when
Right,
no
yeah.
reclaim came down, maybe that opens the door.
Yeah, I think even if the windmill engineer doesn't die, I think you reclaim it anyways. I think that's true.
Mhm.
So no reclaim definitely shows you definitely gives you information about Rhea's hand here.
Yep, and Rhea following in Solar Myth's footsteps now, bringing out Tristan level 1. And I think this is actually where you wanna be as in a Tristan mirror. You wanna be the second person to level up, because that
Mhm.
indicates that's it's kind of the that means that you're safe enough to do so, right? You're
Yeah.
willing to let them burn cards first, and you can build influence. And then once they level up, it's like, "Okay, I guess keep parity on this board. Now I'll level up." Um,
Yeah.
the board seems pretty close here, right? There's not a whole lot going on. There's not a whole lot of damage coming out. They are
Mhm.
starting to get into these higher prep counts, enough to hit to level 2, or enough to potentially bring out an Assassin's Ripper and Slice and Dice,
Yeah.
but not quite there yet.
Yeah, we did see Rhea lose a Veiling Breeze here on the level up.
Mhm.
So, you know, kind of worrisome. But, we're Tristan. We draw all the cards.
It's true. I mean, if you're just drawing 6 cards every turn, it doesn't make a
Yeah,
difference, right?
we draw them all back. It's all good. See what
So we'll
we
see what Rhea wants to do here to advance her board position, because I
is
don't think she can afford to fall behind on the board.
yeah, I think we is it 3 or 4 down? I think we might see an Ace and Protector here.
Yeah, Ace of
Wouldn't it?
Protector or Black Market Broker actually feels like this would be the perfect time for either of those.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we must look at as a really good Ace and Protector target as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, Ace and
Oh,
Protector.
yep, there it is, the ace, and you were right.
Yeah. Windblast is a really good prep generator, and having that card in your hand, bouncing that card into your hand is really good here.
Of
I
course,
think
now
we
she has the slightly difficult decision. Does she play the Lookout again in order to get that prep now? Does she hold back cards in her hand in order to defend her board?
mm,
That looks like a pass,
this
yeah. So with 4, I think, cards left in her hand? 5? Looks
5,
like
I
5.
believe, yeah.
Mhm. Good numbers. So potentially ready to drop out a Veiling if she needs to drop a Reclaim, to incapacitate something dangerous. This is a
Mhm.
pretty good position for her.
Yeah, notably, she swung with the Ace and Protector, so not really afraid of what Solar Myth has.
Interesting. Yeah, choosing the aggressive position instead of the defensive tack that Solar Myth took the game before, right? That Asen never came in for Solar. Solar Myth
Mhm.
was always ready to trade the Asen off to an incoming attack and otherwise keep their life total safe. And Rhea here deciding none of that matters. Your life total that's important. Sending the Asen in.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
feels very aggressive.
we did see the Ace and Protector sort of stay awake all of last game, and it didn't end up mattering too much because of the Shadow Strike, which is unblockable. Oh, is this a dungeon guide to 2 or no? We 2 already?
Yeah, last game was actually really interesting with the Asen because the Dream Fairy left enough of a buffer that Rhea could get some incidental damage in.
Right.
And then once the Asen came back down, Rhea didn't need to play to the board anymore. She was able to just go to level 3 and hit with a Shadow Strike.
Yeah, this is an interesting dungeon guide.
Very interesting dungeon guide.
We only
So
have
we're
2 prep, so I wonder if we can get 2 more prep in response to the Tristan level 2 on enter.
Rhea deciding not to interact with this dungeon guide. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I'm not
wonder
sure
if
what this
she'll
line is. I
choose.
don't know where we're going from here. So this is only going to be one card draw for Solar off
Oh,
of going to Tristan level 2. I wonder
interesting.
if it's the damage. Just seeing that Asen come in, seeing that extra damage go on to Solar Myth's champion, is Solar Myth being like, okay, well, I can't afford to sit here at level 1, and this is the only way I can get to level 2.
Yeah, I wonder if I wonder if they just didn't have that many good plays and they're afraid of the aggression that Rhea can put out here.
Yeah, this puts them at exactly 15 health away from death.
Yeah. And we have Ace and Protector on board. It's very, very scary.
Mhm.
If we can get at least one more prep and Assassin's Ripper, it's a very, very scary line here.
But a lot of
See
this is going to be
these?
dependent on what Solar Myth has for defense.
Yeah. We saw an Insane Fumes banished on from the dungeon guide here. So
Mhm.
that's one down, it seems like. Swing
Solar
one
Myth
with
doing
the
some very
dungeon guide.
careful influence math here. Are we going to see something like a reclaim on the dungeon guide in order to go up again? Or oh,
Whoa.
okay, just really wants to get rid of that ace in here because this isn't enough to dice, right? We're seeing slice no dice.
Right. Just slicing dicing to kill the Asian protector?
That's what it looks like. Yeah, one damage went in onto the ace, and I think that was from.
Right.
You don't often see the unprepared slice and dice, right? The
Yeah, I
slice no dice, but
can't say that I've seen that too often.
this is definitely a sign that Solar Myth is worried. Rhea showed that aggression, and Solar Myth is like, "Whoa, okay. If you think you're gonna kill me, let's do everything in my power to prevent."
Yeah, definitely. Dungeon Guide into Slice and Dice, not prepped into an ally screams a lot of fear from Solar Myth here.
Mhm. And Rhea's like, "Okay, if that's how you want to play it, we can take a turn off. It's fine, no
Yeah,
problem."
yeah, just going for the influence here, going for the prep generation. They This is so interesting. I
Yeah,
don't
what
think
an interesting dynamic.
I don't think Solar Myth has very many plays here.
No, Solar Myth lost a lot of resources getting themselves to level 2 like this and clearing that ASIN off the board, right?
Yeah,
That took a lot of work and that took a lot of cards. So Solar Myth has put themselves in a slightly better defensive position. They're not going to die this turn, but
yeah,
that doesn't set themselves up well for the long game.
yeah. I think they're just trying to stem a little bit of the bleeding here. See, Windblast, look out. 4 prep. There's that magic number.
It's true. So Rhea very much ready to go to level 2 here, and we'll probably see that next turn.
Yeah, we see exactly this is the most controlled uh level that you can possibly have. Exactly the two cards that you need.
Mhm.
And then you draw those two cards, or you draw two cards from your level 2 on enter. We'll see if Rhea decides to play anything else this turn or if they just pass. Seems
There's
like
that pass. Now, this is so
yeah,
funny. So
seems like
seeing
they
Rhea
pass.
push damage previous turn, right, Jason, and now it's just like, no, I'll knock out your engineer.
Yeah. And Rhea, not a lot of board presence, but the influence is very scary.
Yeah, high influence, much higher prep count. They're definitely winning that war, right?
Yeah.
5 prep counters on Rhea's side to 2 on Solar Myths.
Mm-hmm.
Rhea's definitely setting herself up for a really, really strong level up turn next turn.
Yeah. I wonder if Solar Myth has a second dungeon guide, or if they are okay staying at level 2 for a decent amount of time here, or reclaim on the dungeon guide, maybe?
That could do it. That could be the plan.
I think this is probably worth in capping.
It does hurt her banishes if that is what she ends up going for, but
Yeah.
I agree with you. It's probably worth it.
Yeah, I don't if Solar Myth doesn't have another dungeon guide in hand, this is like really, really detrimental to not reclaim this dungeon guide.
Mhm.
We'll see what Rhea decides to do here.
It's interesting because the in cap still leaves Solar Myth with the floating memory from Reclaim.
Right.
So it's still going to
Hmm.
cost 2 cards, essentially,
Yeah.
to level up.
I think that's kind of the bet that Solar Myth is making here.
Mhm.
But not leveling up this turn puts you in a really, really rough spot here. If you it seems like the reclaim does go through. Dungeon guide has been picked up.
And there was a little bit of waffling, a little bit of posturing on Rhea's side, putting a card down, thinking about it, and then, no, 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 okay, you can have it. I wonder if
Yeah.
that's actually an in cap in hand or if Rhea was making moves.
Mm.
It certainly reads like an in cap, so.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have that much prep, right? So you don't you've already done your level 2. You didn't draw the two cards, so hitting dungeon guide here probably not terrible. But
Mhm.
you could get met with a stifling trap, which would be really, really bad.
Oh, that could definitely be the plan. Let
Yeah.
Solar Myth have his materialize, so he
Yeah.
doesn't go to 3 off of the materialize, and then Stifling Trap the Dungeon Guide when it's down to prevent that level up. Oh, what a
Yeah.
kick in the teeth that would be.
That would be really, really rough. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm being told that the Reclaim was in Recollection, so after the materialize already happened. Okay, well, that's fair.
Yeah, we'll see if dungeon guide gets played here. I think Rhea still has the higher influence.
Yeah.
We have the tapping on the
Rhea
map for the math.
yep, the tapping, I love it. But yeah, Rhea in a commanding position here with the prep advantage. Not so much the board advantage, but definitely the life advantage. Not in a position, even if Solar Myth goes to level 3 here, I don't think that he has the win. I don't think that he has the line in order to Shadow Strike her out.
Yeah.
Mm.
Playing a Wind Blessed Lookout. Taking it pretty slow here.
Yep.
Doesn't seem like we're afraid of Rhea.
Yeah, not really putting themselves in much of a defensive position, getting their prep, which I think is important, and leaving some cards in hand, at least one of which we know is a dungeon guide.
Right.
But like this could absolutely be a Shadow Strike turn from Rhea.
Yeah, I mean, Assassin's Ripper with Slice and Dice prepped is so much damage here. It would be exact lethal here. 15 to 22.
That's also a good point. I didn't think about the slice and dice line. Actually, I would still expect Rhea to go for. Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
that's super scary. I wonder how many cards. Can't see. It seems like a lot, so.
It's a mastermind scheme getting banished for that Assassin's Ripper. So
Mhm.
Rhea potentially trying to end the game right here, not opting for the higher level right? Not going to level 2 and then instead
Yeah.
bringing out the Assassin's Ripper and setting up for a lethal slice and dice.
Yeah. Solar Myth can have the Veiling Breeze, but you will need to Veiling Breeze for I believe 4 or 5?
So
No.
if
Yeah,
if they want to prevent the entire first hit, they
here it
would need to
comes.
veil for 6.
Yeah,
If their goal is just to live, any amount of Veiling Breeze is enough.
right. So we have Slice and Dice
Preferably like 2 or 3,
with the
but
Ripper. Oh,
oh, nope, 6 damage just goes through? Okay. 9 more damage? How do we feel about 9 more damage, Solar Myth? Yep, pick up your
oh,
cards. That is how
oh,
we feel
yeah,
about 9
yeah.
damage.
Doesn't seem like Veiling Breeze was in hand, and I think,
No.
man, explosive
Man.
explosive turn from Rhea here.
Yeah, Rhea really showing off the power of this deck, right? You can kind of play it a little bit slow, or you can explode out of nowhere once you have the deal massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, this is sort of what we talked about in the beginning of the game where Tristan can play both games. If we need to go long, I will go long. I will build all of the prep. You will not be able to stop me. I have all the influence in the world. Or if I have enough prep, I'm going to bring out this Assassin's Ripper and I'm just going to kill you at level, I believe level 1, right? I think she
Yeah, that
was,
was a level 1 win for Rhea.
yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, very cool. Very good results. Congratulations to Rhea on the win. Well played. That was a really cool match to watch. It's interesting seeing sort of different approaches based on the dynamic of the game, right?
Mhm.
So, you see Solar Myth starting off with this really defensive posture, starting off with these Aces, and Rhea just kind of doing her best to play to the board and then finding that one chink in the armor, right? Finding that one crack, getting enough damage in, and then having the exactly lethal to level 3. And then in game 2, sort of showing off that she's willing to be aggressive, that ace sector, really scaring Solar Myth, right? You could see it kind of in the lines that he played. That rush to level 2, just trying to get stuff out on the board, trying to build himself up into a more defensive position, get his life total back up. And not enough, right? It put him exactly at least to that slice and dice, and that came out at exactly when it needed to. Like Rhea perfectly set up her board with her prep counters and everything like that to have just enough to deal the damage that she needed.
Yeah, I think the way that Rhea sort of played both of those games, they were very sort of dictate. She really dictated the pace, right? With the Ace Protectors swinging in with damage every turn, put Solar Myth on their back leg. Even with the Reclaim on the Dungeon Guide, they still couldn't play Dungeon Guide that turn
Hmm.
to level to 3 because they're so afraid of the Stifling Trap, right? So even just the decision to let the Dungeon Guide be reclaimed sort of puts in Solar Myth's mind, hey, I have Stifling Trap. I don't care if you play Dungeon Guide.
Hmm. Hmm.
And then even in game one, we saw Solar Myth sort of leave the Ace Protector up. There could be an argument for if you swing with Ace Protector every turn, you sort of put Rhea on the back foot instead of you. You
Right.
know, leaving Ace Protector up is a lot of protection, but it isn't a lot of pressure on Rhea's board. Which lets her just take whatever speed they want to take, right? They get to dictate the way that they uh level up. They get to take their time, they get to build their influence. They have a lot of agency over how they play the game.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, so really interesting note. I'm seeing some production notes. Rhea, I think the conversation at the end of the game between Rhea and Solar Myth was Solar Myth stating that he was worried about getting the dungeon guide stifling trapped.
Right.
And the way Rhea played, presenting kind of, "Oh, yeah, I can deal with this. I'm not worried about the claim." And then she didn't have the stifling trap, actually. Like, I
Mhm.
think I think if he had played that dungeon guide, it would have gotten him out of danger. I don't think he would have won.
Yeah.
Like, I think he was still behind enough at that point that Rhea really had a commanding position and was
Right.
probably going to close it out the next turn or so. But,
Mhm.
I think he got scared into making the misplay.
Yeah, I mean, that's really smart. I mean, just letting the reclaim happen, letting the claim happen, making it seem like you have stifling trap, even though you don't. You have to make those. You have to make those calls. You have to bluff like you have it.
Right.
It in this case, bluffing like you have it won the game, right? That dungeon guide would have staved off a lot of damage, like you said. Maybe not would have, maybe wouldn't have, ended the game right there, but like it would have staved off a lot of damage, especially with those shadows.
Mhm.
Man, that was really really well played for Rhea.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna be thinking about this match. I'm just thinking about like I think Rhea won this match mostly on the back of attitude,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah,
Like putting in that pressure with the ASIN to kind of scare Solar Myth back a bit and just dealing with a defensive ASIN very well on turn on game one. Like
yeah, just not
go
playing
back and
very
watch this one
scared at
again.
all, right?
Mhm.
We didn't see Rhea play on the back foot kind of at all over those two games, right? Very very aggressive, very very in command of the way of the game, right?
Yeah.
Everything seemed to be dictated by Rhea in the way they played.
Yeah. No, Rhea took both games with
Yeah,
confidence, and I love that.
yeah, man, great play.
Yeah, great play. So we have, I think, about 20-ish minutes before we're gonna be starting the next round. Um, how you feeling about the tournament so far, Adi?
I think it's awesome so far. We've had two mirror matches,
Mhm.
both of like a lot of the time the mirror isn't like fantastic to watch, but both of these mirror matches have been really really sort of neck and neck.
Yeah.
Rhea pretty commanding here in these past two games, but the fractal matchup was like really really close from both players in round one. Uh just the Tristan matchup is it can go so many different ways.
Yeah,
The
yeah. The Fractals matchup, I definitely agree, was really interesting, kind of the different deck building decisions that both players made,
Yeah.
and kind of where that led them in terms of strategy. And then
Mhm,
seeing the Tristan matchup, just two different dynamics from each of those players, right? A different approach from
mhm,
how to play the deck out between Solar Myth and Rhea. And I think that was just a really, really cool version of the mirror.
mhm. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Totally agree. Notably, we just a note from production, no one's played Null Mirror.
That's true. Nullifying Mirror would have been perfect against the Veiling Breezes that also
Yeah.
didn't come out. Like I think we saw one Veiling
Yeah.
Breeze get banished in order to level up or something, and no Veiling Breezes got played over the course of that entire match.
Yeah, I don't think anyone Veiling breezed anything, and I don't think it ended up mattering.
Yeah, it turns out it didn't ended up mattering. Yeah. Wow, wild.
Yeah, Null Mirror is the one stop answer for Veiling Breeze.
Mhm.
Uh
Also good against Windmill Engineer. So
True. Yeah, yeah.
potentially a useful, just disruptive tool.
Mhm.
But it also felt like the materialized order for these players was pretty tight. I think the only real materialization choices that got made, I think there was a turn where we saw a Grand Crusader ring come out for Solar. It was like that could have been
Yeah.
something, but otherwise it felt like really, really tight in bring out the cards they did. And maybe there's a little bit of flex in terms of the order of the cards that they brought out, but not a whole lot of room to just push off like a level up or push off bringing out the boots or something like that.
Yeah, we saw Solar Myth take a lot of turns off to get those, influence building materializations like,
Mhm.
Grand Crusader's ring, like your backup charger, things like generate prep like your Windwalker boots. And they just couldn't seem to find the cards that they needed to get their game plan rolling.
Yeah, I think game 1, they actually had the prep counter advantage, right?
Yeah,
They had the build up with the lookouts, they had the build with the black market broker, and it seemed
for
like they
sure.
had the board advantage as well. And they just weren't able to turn that into the win that they were looking for, right?
Yeah.
So it's just really interesting how it played out. Such a great dynamic, two decks.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think on that note, maybe we take a break leading into round 3.
Mhm.
Quick reminder, if you want to follow along with the tournament, there's the Omnidex link in the description below. Take a look at that, and take a look at all the other information. and maybe subscribe and like the video. And on that
Yeah.
note, we will see you folks back here for round 3 in a bit. Hello and welcome back. We are here with the continued coverage of the Yeti Online Revelfest special. We got one today, we got another tomorrow. Um, Thanks for coming. We got round three coming up. How you feeling about this tournament so far, Adi? How's it going?
I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. The past two rounds have been really interesting, really fun to watch. This next round is also just pretty fun for me, particularly. I, you know, we have a Wind Astra Arasana versus a Goja Gembu deck. Historically, not a very good matchup for Wind Astra. This deck, Gembu, you know, kind of inevitable when it comes to Wind Astra. They also have a lot of interaction. Wind Astra doesn't have a lot of influence when they're getting to level 3, right? They tend to go really low on influence, which water decks love. They also just don't really do very much until they're level 3 when they have those Astra cards available to themselves. So, you know, Goja and Gembu just end up having to they just get to do whatever they want. They get to take
Mhm.
it as slow as they want. And then once they get to, that pretty high number of water cards in their graveyard, they become a real big menace.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Astra, while they're leveling up, is really just a punching bag, just
Yeah.
trying to stave off their opponent. And
Hmm.
Genbu has some of those big mid-rangey hits. You have the Frostborn Pal, the namesake Genbu the turtle.
Hmm.
You just have a lot of damage options there. And if Astra doesn't make it to level 3 very quickly and get their feet in front of them, under them, wherever you put your feet when you're ready to take a hit, uh, there, it's not going to go super well. And the numbers kind of back that up. I've taken a look at Fractal of Insight to just see a little bit of details about the matchup. And this one's pretty Genbu favor. Like the
Yeah.
numbers are backing up that intuition. I think it's
Hmm.
something like 65% in Genbu's favor, which is huge numbers for a game that's supposed to be relatively even.
I agree. Yeah. So we have Quest versus Jump Shoot Mac. We have
Yeah.
Serene Wind. What are you looking for here as Wind Astra in the initial glimpse that you get?
So as an Astra player, what you're looking for is the tools to survive the first few turns and the velocity to get up to level 3 quickly. So Beseech is exactly the card that you're
Yeah.
this gives you that extra materialize because your materialize order and your materialize rate is so constrained. So you're looking
Yeah.
for beseeches, you're looking for dungeon guides, you're looking for stuff like 3 visits in order to help you guarantee some good cards coming up early on, and also give you a little bit of defense, a little bit of recovery on. Um, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you want to see in the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you get when you beseech to level 1 is Arasana. It makes your second materialization it's allowed to be a ingredient pouch,
Mhm.
which lets you accrue really good value over the course of a game. Uh or, if you're feeling really threatened, you can just go straight to level 2. It is, a big hit to your influence overall, but it staves off a lot of damage. You are able to, you know, live to level 3 where you can get to do the Astra stuff. So,
Mhm.
Beseech really good card.
Yeah, yeah, and we are seeing, if we look at Quest's deck list, we are seeing the ingredient pouch in that material. We're also seeing Fertile Ground, so definitely ready to build up those herbs and kind of try and get that herb advantage.
Yeah, Genbu, they don't have they don't have Fantasia removal. You're not worried about it. So,
Mhm.
Fertile Grounds really good value. We see an imbued Fractal of Rain. This pretty common turn 1 play for Genbu, right? Set up the rest of your game, you get that mill engine going. Yeah, so ingredient pouch here as your second materials, as Astra, really strong.
Mhm.
Lets you, build up that influence with your level 2 Arasana ability. Once you're level 3, you can get to Hordy counter. Uh, it just lets you. It brings up so many possibilities. The heal herbs, the cycle herbs, if you're sort of not drawing what you need in hand. Lot of lot of stuff you can do with these herbs.
Yeah, we'll see if this kind of fairly powerful start, like this is a really good start for Astra Arasana. We'll see
Mhm.
if this kind of early start for Quest is gonna be enough to get through the Genbu wall, right? Jumpshoot
Yeah,
Mac has the early Fractal of Rain, which is really important for this deck, the extra mill source. So it's gonna start getting extra quest counters on Genbu almost immediately.
mhm.
And just in general, kind of looking at these players' history, Jumpshoot Mac has a lot of experience on this deck. So I wouldn't expect anything that comes out of this match to be a surprise for him.
Right, right. Uh, I wonder if a we do have a nullifying lantern, so we could see a nullifying lantern come in from Quest to sort of turn off uh the Gembu, make them have the unbroken Mustang. Interesting.
Mhm.
Scout the land. I feel like Scout the not a card you see very often in Wind Astra.
Yeah, that's kind of an uncommon choice. But there is a lot of glimpse in addition to however many scout the lands they have. And this does help you kind of stack your deck a little bit, even though it doesn't let you control really whether or not you draw cards, just the order in which you draw them.
That was so good. They scout Quest scout the lands in response to the Gembu trigger, putting a cosmic bolt into their graveyard.
Yeah, that's actually really good. Oh, that's a great use of Scout the right? Especially up against Genbu, being able to control getting a Cosmic Bolt into the grave is actually perfect for Quest. The more Cosmic Bolts that get out of the way incidentally early on, the more powerful your Cosmic Bolts are going to be once you start actually activating your deck.
Yeah. And with the Genbu trigger will happen every turn. So using it to your advantage, getting those bolts in the grave so that your first and second, cosmic bolts, they can come for some surprising damage here.
Hmm. Yeah,
I feel-
absolutely. And I think we're seeing, not sure if that's a Cosmic Bolt or some other Astra card, but some other Astra card in the
Yeah.
finish. So a good start for Quest, a really good start for Quest.
Yeah, we're already level 2. We have two double herbs in the from quest here. So we can just get that dry engine going. Not pretty good start here from quest. We'll see if it ends up mattering. The matchup is pretty bad.
Yeah, yeah. He's definitely trying to dig himself out of a hole.
Yeah.
But he does seem to be in a pretty good position to make that happen. So, it's still
Yeah,
it's
this is
it's
a
always up in the air, right? On any given Sunday.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. I wonder if that is a cosmic bolt and banishment. The first bolt is going to come in for quite a lot. We have
And
the Arasana inherited effect. At the beginning of your end phase, you may sack two herbs to draw a card,
yep,
putting two
definitely
counters on
getting that.
Polaris.
Yeah, building up Polaris, getting that card advantage engine rolling. Quest is in a pretty good spot here. And
Hmm.
I think a lot of whether or not Quest sort of takes control of this game is going to depend on whether or not we can start seeing some aggression from Mac, right? The
Yeah,
Frostworm Paladin is a great start. That's a lot of initial damage. We're going to need to see a little bit more than that. We're going to need to see maybe a little bit of a stronger mill engine coming up from Mac here, um, as well as a few more quest counters. I think be in line with what he's looking for in order to make his game plan work.
yeah. Also, we have to think about Polaris, right? Even though Frostworm
Yeah.
Paladin is on board, we do have an awake Polaris. We have enough herbs to pump it. All right, seems like we're just taking the damage here. Not
Yeah, there was a
not.
moment of hesitation there, right? Like I
Yeah,
saw that,
yeah.
finger holding over the life counter, like, oh, do I really want to take this here? Willing to push off the cracking the Polaris a little bit longer, build up a few more herbs, maybe get a few more cards out of those herbs, and then get like 7, 8, 9 bolts shuffled into their deck.
Yeah, we only have the Frostman Paladin, pretty big ally. It's six on the board for a long time, but we've only taken six damage so far. So if we can hold off on using the Polaris here, then we can get really, really good benefit from this.
Mhm. There's also a really interesting interaction with Song of Frost. I'm not actually sure whether or not Jumpsuit Mac is running Song of Frost, but if the Polaris is activated mid combat like that, while the Frostborn Paladin is attacking, you can use Song of Frost as a negate because when you end the combat, it removes everything else on the stack. So the
Right.
activation for the Polaris just fizzles, it just goes away. Nothing happens with it. And that is a really niche interaction, but you got to be careful about that popping the.
Yeah. Fast cure here, staving off even more damage from Quest here. Let's see,
Yeah, and
are
it
we
just
gonna
shows
live?
that he's really not that worried about the 3 damage, right? Using the
Mhm.
fast cures to gain some health here, potentially even using herbs to recover a little bit more. There's no way, like he's got a 3 visit now in the banish that he can take advantage of.
Yeah.
His life total is doing just fine.
Yeah, if there was a Astra game that would win you this matchup, which is, not very favored in your favor, it would be this one. He's level 3, he has Polaris, he has a lot of herbs, a lot of counters on Polaris now, not a lot of threats on Jumpsuit Max, board here. We
Mhm.
have obviously the Frostborn Paladin, but not that many threats. This is looking pretty okay for Quest.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a very good start for an, as you say, an otherwise unfavored matchup.
Right.
So it looks
So
like we're
3
moving
visits
into.
too.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say 3 visits too is really, really good here in
Yeah.
banishment. Lets you glimpse, lets you recover. Really nice.
So we're moving into
Quicksilver
Jumpsuit
Grail.
Max Materialize here, bringing out a Grail. What do you think is going to be under this Grail?
I think if I think with seeing that Arasana is level 3, and I think we have 2 cosmic bolts in Grave and Banish combined. I'm not sure what the card in banishment is. I think it's a cosmic bolt.
Mhm.
The you know Arasana can start hitting for quite a lot of damage here. So my personal guess would be a beast spawn boots.
Yeah, I think Beastborn Boots
Uh
or Safeguard is probably the most likely.
right. I think we have enough. We have 8 counters from on Goja. So we only
Mhm.
need one more to flip Gembu.
Yeah, all of those Fractals of Rain definitely serving to really beef up the production from the Genbu side, right? That engine of getting cards into the getting the floating memory into the yard, stuff like Seaside Ringleaders in order to draw you extra cards. This is all very, very powerful stuff.
Is it a fracture eyes, I think?
Not used to looking at the bottom half of the art of that card. Yeah, I think it is a
Yeah.
Fracture Eyes. I think
Fra-
that's right.
making okay. I see.
Yeah, this
Making
is.
Quest crop the Colaris early. You kill the Frostborn Paladin, and then you just take that loss, and then you start putting more allies on board now that Polaris is gone.
Mhm. Yep. And this also, if the Polaris stays out, that's really threatening to the Genbu because then you can't use Fugue on the Genbu because the Polaris just wipes it.
Right.
So definitely important to get this off the board sooner rather than later because otherwise, you're just playing into more and more things, just spewing value, right? Any units that
Yeah.
you play at that point, they're just auto dead.
Yeah, especially if you have the Null Lantern and you bring it out, then
Mhm.
you can't increase uh you can't increase the Gembu's life by the number of water cards, right? So it only takes 9 to kill Gembu, which there were seven counters on Polaris. That number was pretty close.
That's true. That is a lot of bolts getting shuffled into Quest deck. We could probably
Yeah.
see a bolt or two every turn going forward from here on.
hmm Yeah. They yeah, I mean Quest got a really, really smooth level here, or smooth path up to level 3 here.
Mhm. Yeah, things are looking pretty good for Quest here, right? There's not been a lot of pressure from the Genbu side. So having your health total, having the damage total down at 4 at this point, at this late stage in the game, that's excellent. That's a great position for Quest to be in.
Right. Also, for a game where uh it doesn't look like Quest drew Dungeon Guide, even with his initial glimpse, this is actually like really impressive. Dungeon Guide,
Mhm.
sort of makes and breaks this deck. If you can't Dungeon Guide to level 3, you're in a really bad spot. But it doesn't seem like it mattered for Quest this turn.
Yeah, not yet. If the focus on the Nullifying Lantern, I think, is correct, right? At
Yeah.
this point, without the Nullifying Lantern, you're just begging to eat a Fugue Genbu, right? Smashing in for 15, 18, however many water cards he has in the graveyard. But Nullifying Lantern definitely puts you a little bit more at ease. There's only so much damage you can take with Genbu at this point.
Yeah, I think so. I wonder if Jump Shoot Mech has an Unbroken Mustang. One of the things that production pointed out is once we have the BNR update, uh Polaris can't be targeted by Unbroken Mustang. So even though it costs one and they get to they have to pay for it, it does get over Mustang.
Stealth buff for Arasana? Not exactly.
Would have thought.
Well, an attempted 10 to land from Quest and a v- Cerulean. That's the name of the decree. Cerulean decree
I believe
coming out for Jump
Tendaland
Shoot Mac.
I believe Tendaland should go to Grave, no?
Yeah, I think it should go to Grave. They'll figure it out. It's not that big a deal either way, I don't think. Not with 10.
Right, yeah.
Ah, nope, there we go. Figured it
Oh,
out. This is interesting. This is like kind of some minor value for Quest, but Jump Shoot Mac not really maybe finding opportunities to use that Cerulean otherwise. And this stays influence neutral, so it's kind of might as well.
yeah. Ooh, smoke bombs.
Smoke bombs is interesting here. I think it's just a way of cashing in that flow,
I
right?
think so too.
Looking for card draws.
There's also not any, Arisana plays what 4 allies, and they're all Dungeon Guide.
Yeah.
You're not worried about a unit or an intercept unit or anything like that, right? So smoke bombs here just for the card draw is totally fine.
Mhm. Yeah, there's a huge chunk of floating memory in Jump Shoot Max Graveyard right now, right? Like that could turn into it turns into a lot of cards is what it turns into.
Yeah, that's. Do we have a negate from Quest though?
Yeah, this is an interesting position for Quest.
I believe this is all still pre-rec, so
It sounds right to me.
okay. Using the 3 visits in response.
Yeah.
No cards
Covering
in hand.
2, glimpsing 2, and what have we got on top?
Is it a bolt? Hmm. Doesn't look like it. I feel like you would have ripped it if it was.
Yeah, I feel like this is a hard glimpse, not an easy
Yeah,
glimpse,
yeah.
which maybe means he doesn't have the answers.
Okay, one top, one bottom. Doesn't seem like it was a bolt. So
Nope,
you
and
have
the Lost in Thought goes through how many cards? Was that 3? I think it
I
was 3.
believe it was 3.
What a powerhouse.
Man, this influence is going up something fierce.
And he still has like 3 floating memory in the graveyard. He's still
Yeah,
set up to take advantage of all these tools. He's in such a good position here. How many cards is that in the graveyard, do you think? That looks like it's maybe
I mean
6, 8, 9, something like that?
it it's a lot. I mean,
It
look at
it is a
this.
lot.
Look at the obviously he has a lot of cards in hand, but look at the size of his deck.
Mhm.
That's like
Yeah, he's
not
milled a
very. That's not.
lot.
Yeah, he's milled a lot. There's not very many cards. Double Fractal of Rain plus the Fractal of Polar Depths in response to the Null Lantern. A lot of cards in grave.
Mhm. Seaside Ringleader, also nice to see an extra card off of the top for free. Love to see it.
Okay, lost in thought or idle thoughts. Sorry.
Idle thoughts, yep. A little
How do
bit
you
more float
feel
into the yard.
how do you feel about Seaside Ringleader as a card?
So good.
I've heard some rumblings of people wanting it banned because it is just kind of better no better backup charger. Uh how do you
Ah,
feel about that?
that feels very targeted to Genbu.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I
for
like
sure.
I kind of like where Water Tamer is at, honestly.
Mhm.
I think it's powerful. I don't think it's broken.
That makes sense.
And I think that if they leave it as is, that gives them room to print maybe similar mechanics for other classes, maybe similar mechanics for other elements. And I would love to see more graveyard interaction just in.
Yeah, I mean, we know that they're sort of tempering the watermill decks already.
Mhm,
So, you know, maybe they have water tamer or water mill tamer exactly where they want it.
mhm. Yeah, we saw Bovine move up to Cat 1 already, right? So
Right.
if they had their eye on Seaside Ringleader, I think we would have seen some of that motion in BNR.
Yeah. Right.
Speaking of Seaside Ringleader, getting a little bit of pressure onto Quest. We're actually getting some damage here. So 2 damage onto Quest from that Seaside Ringleader. Not a
Yeah,
whole lot.
I wonder if Shoot Mag just doesn't have very many plays. Not often that you see a Seaside Ringleader this late into the game, right?
Mhm. Yeah, maybe he
Maybe
just feels like he has to get something on the board and just doesn't have a lot
yeah.
going on. I bet he's still digging for a way to deal with that in 11. I think his
Yeah.
win condition is a Mustang, and
Yeah.
then that turns on the fugues that are almost assuredly just sitting thing.
Yeah. I wonder if are you afraid of anything uh that you like won't bring out Genbu for?
So Genbu has Spell Shroud, which
Right, so you
means that
can't
Genbu
target
is
it with
safe against most of Quest's stuff.
I wonder if he has
Um,
uh,
but turning Genbu into the turtle means you don't get the which
yeah, that's
maybe
true.
is what Jumpsuit Mac is valuing here.
Yeah, notably the Quest doesn't have oh man, I'm blanking on the name of the card. Um it's the it's a card that Arasana players use that has efficiency that gets rid of all allies. It banishes all of them.
Oh, the disorienting winds or something along those lines.
I think it's Ravaging Tempest. Yeah.
Ravaging Tempest. There we go.
Yes. Ravaging Tempest. This is like the out in an Arasana deck to Gembu, right? It doesn't target, which means Spell Shroud doesn't work.
Mhm.
And efficiency, Arasana gets a lot of level herbs or can get a lot of level herbs. So the cost can be reduced. This is like the tech card against Gembu, I think.
Man, another huge lost in thought from Jumpsuit Mac. What is his influence now? Oh boy.
He must have Unbroken Mustang now.
Right? Yeah, he must have drawn into it by now.
His influence is so big. And it's getting bigger.
Yeah, backup charger, why not?
Holy.
Is it a backup charger? Is that a Terrafring? Just with the
I
art is
think
like
it's
exactly cut off. No, that's a backup charger. That's a backup
okay.
charger. I see the 3.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe he doesn't have it. He hasn't leveled. He's hasn't had any pressure from Quest so far.
It really doesn't have a lot going on right now.
Another Cerulean Kree on the Wisdom's Reprise here.
Mhm. Well, I guess if you can't further your own game plan, you can prevent your opponent from building up to anything. That seems like a way to go.
Yeah. I mean, like we said, right? That's what happens with Wind Astro, right? You level up so quickly that your influence kind of dwindles over the course of the game, and you fall exactly into Water's sort of sweet spot for negating stuff.
Mhm. And he does have a decent chunk of negates in his deck. In addition to the 4 Cerulean Decrees, he's also running 2 title blocks. So if he's really sitting on a bunch of negates, yeah, you might as well
Oh,
start using them.
yeah. Oh, but he has nice. That was really smart to keep GCR in hand.
Mhm.
So we're paying for both negates here. he didn't imbue Cerulean Decree, so the second Cerulean Decree
No,
is
I
not
think they're both
replacing
imbued.
itself. Oh, are they?
Yeah. The second one's not imbued?
Yeah, I think the second one is
Oh.
not imbued.
Okay, yeah. He used the fractal for it. Yeah, you're right.
So this Cosmic Bolt in for 6. Okay, so that
Oof,
means the card in
that is a rough interchange for Jumpshoot Mac.
yeah.
Ended
It's
up
so
-1, didn't get the negate.
the Astra card in Banishment is not a dungeon. Is not a Cosmic Bolt. It must be a Lunar Seer then.
Hmm.
So not as threatening as we initially thought.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a little bit more work in order to get damage on Jumpshoot Mac, but
Mhm.
Jumpshoot Mac doesn't seem any closer to ending the game than he was 3 or 4 turns ago, right? There's not a
Yeah.
lot of progression here. There's a huge amount of influence, but it's not turning into any action. It's not turning into,
There it
there
is.
we go. Finally, a norm card.
Yeah. Yeah, this is spelling a lot of
Well,
damage
that's
for Quest
do we
here.
even need to do this math? How many cards are in the grid? I feel like the answer is in.
Yeah. We have to do 21?
So that means he would need 13, no, 12 cards in the graveyard, 12 water cards in the graveyard?
Surely there's enough water
Yeah,
cards in the
that seems real.
graveyard. Almost definitely, right?
Oh, we're flipping the Genbu. We smell blood in the water.
Yep. What's the water count? Let's see.
So was this just enough, like, sort of stand in the gears from Jumpshoot Mac in order to slow Quest's engine down and eventually hit the Mustang and get his lethal line here? Was just strong enough in order to keep pace?
Yeah, I think the Lost in Thoughts
Yeah, so
just
huge.
they ended up being so crucial for Jumpshoot Mag to draw his out to Null Lantern.
Mhm. Yeah, a Lost in Thought for 3, followed
So
by a
yeah,
Lost in Thought for 4. Jumpshoot Max hand is upwards of 15 at this point.
I think we have 3 for Genbu's activated ability, which swaps his or with uh increases his life for every water card in grave,
Mhm.
and then Resonating Fugue, which then switches his power and life, coming in for lethal.
Coming in for enough. Yeah,
Yeah,
so, went through his graveyard, I think I counted up to 15 before he stopped counting.
yeah. Man, this matchup is so rough for Astra.
Yeah, it looked really, really hard for the Astra player. Like, even with kind of the offset of Astra feeling like they had a good start and the Genbu start feeling a lot slower, not a lot of pressure on the board, all it took was finally drawing the Mustang. And
Yeah,
Quest was not doing anything to prevent Jump Shoot Mac from furthering their game plan. Quest had almost no interaction, right?
yeah. I
Rough place
wonder.
to be.
We
So what
do
do we
have
think is going to be coming in from the sideboards here?
we
I
do
do
have
see,
one extortion scheme
yeah,
in the
extortion
side,
scheme is what I was looking at.
but it's a one of.
It is only a one. There's a lot of one of actually. Extortion
Yeah,
scheme is exactly what he's looking for against this Genbu though.
right.
Assuming he has the turn to use it, because that extortion scheme is slow. And
Yes.
Genbu became Genbu and then attacked immediately.
Yeah, I think one of the things as the Genbu player, depending on the deck that you're playing against, you do kind of just sit on the fabled Sapphire Fatestone for
Mhm.
a really, really long time until you're like, double, triple sure that your Genbu isn't gonna get interacted with, isn't gonna get killed at fast speed. Um, you know, I think you just take the mill. It's furthering your game plan anyways. There's no sense in risking your Genbu dying, because if your Genbu dies, then you really slow the game down to a crawl. and you have
Mhm.
to either stick fall back on your ally game plan or fall back on your mill game plan.
Yep. Well, we could also see some Scatter Essences come in for Quest. I think that's probably a good call. There's also some Meteor Strikes in Quest's board, and I'm not sure whether or not we're going to see those coming. But that is a potential line. Since Resonating Fugue swaps the power and toughness for Genbu, that means
Mhm.
that while you're attacking with, a 18, 26 power Genbu, that Genbu only has 3 life at that point.
Yeah,
So anything that is fast speed 3 damage to the board, a Meteor Strike, or the Comet Fall is the other one that just does a wide sweep, that can get through the Spell Shroud and kill off Genbu.
I
So I
believe
wonder if those come in from the side.
Meteor Strike fast?
It
No,
can be
Meteor
Star Called.
Strike. Oh, it can be star called. True,
Mhm.
but I don't think it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. It does. The 3 damage is crucial. I don't think I've ever used Meteor Strike for the damage. I've only used Meteor Strike for the destroy target non-champion object before.
Yeah, that's also a very, very powerful usage of the card. But
Right.
Genbu has Spell Shroud, so there's only
Yeah.
so much you could do there.
Yeah.
What do you think we see coming in from Jump Shoot Mac? I think
That's
generally
interesting.
Genbu doesn't really need to bring that much in for this kind of,
Yeah,
right?
that's kind of the thing. I do think maybe you swap out smoke bombs for a like Tideholder Claymore, which is in the side. Maybe
Mhm.
just there was there was a couple turns there where he has a bunch of cards, a bunch of water cards in hand or in grave, but not a lot of plays, right? Where you could just bring out Tideholder Claymore and just start swinging, 5 5 5. That's a lot of damage. Um,
Yeah, that seems like that would be a pretty powerful way to potentially close out the game if you can get that damage on.
right. Blanche also really good, right? Especially
Mhm.
when your influence is really big, you can put down a lot of cards, get Blanche to protect you from some really big cosmic bolts.
Yep. Blanche does seem like it would be pretty powerful here, especially in the wake of those board clears. You drop a Blanche in response to a Polaris activation. That's scary.
Jumpshoot Mac is also playing Expel the Departed, so I wonder if this Fertile Grounds here gets destroyed.
Ooh, that would be pretty interesting.
It's in the side, so we'll see. We have to see if he brought it in,
Mhm.
but that would be a pretty big blow to Quest here.
In the meantime, we are seeing Quest get the dream banish, banishing a 3 visits in order to Arasana.
Yeah.
This is exactly what you want to see. And Arasana, of course, turns on that cleric bonus, so you can activate 3 visits from the banish.
He also drew double herbs, double
Ah,
sixes.
nice. Nice.
We like to see double herbs here.
We do, we do. The 6 is not the ideal one, right? Normally you want the heal herb, but if it's a double, then you just take it. Doesn't matter what it is.
Is this ingredient pouch or no lantern maybe?
This looks like he's going for level 2,
Ooh, level
actually.
2. Oh,
Banishing a dungeon guide and a nascent berry.
he must have dungeon guide in hand then.
Yeah, absolutely. That looks like one more Razor Leaf. Oh no, double Freyja actually, 2 fours. So 2
Wow,
doubles now.
that's really good. Yeah,
Burning those
double heal
herbs for a
herb,
draw.
really, really good.
Well, once again, such a bursty start from Quest. It's not damage, it's all setup, but it's
Yeah,
such a big setup, right? It's all setup, but it's a lot of setup.
yeah. We'll see if it ends up mattering. It seems like last game he had pretty smooth trip up to level 3, but didn't end up mattering.
Yeah, he ended up being on low enough influence that Jumpshoot Mac was able to stall out some of the smoothing, right? He was
Yeah.
able to he stopped a Ten the Land, and he really hurt him when he played the Wisdom's Reprise. Like it was just enough friction to prevent Quest from getting to that next step in his game plan.
Yeah. And then, Quest only has three total influence. So even when he draws a card, he'll have to put all of his cards down for Dungeon Guide, which leaves him wide open to a Title Lock or a Cerulean Decree.
Yeah. This is a very scary time to be.
Yeah. Yeah, taking the turn off, getting the ingredient pouch makes total sense. You don't want to go so down on influence that you can't, play the game.
4 Razor Leafs. What a roller.
That's the one you want to cop. You can make the argument for copying the heal herbs, but it feels really bad to use the heal herbs for your Arisana level 2 inherited ability.
Mhm.
So copying the ones that, the sixes, which are usually not the ones that you always want to see. You don't want to see a lot of them. See if
Well,
he.
here it is, moment of truth. We have the dungeon guide. Oh, and the
Oh,
roll, it
no
went through!
negate. No
Whoa, that
negate.
is so hype for Quest right now.
Oh,
I
he
was
had a.
expecting it to land.
He had 3 dungeon guides.
Jeez, what a hand. I mean, given that he was banishing dungeon guides off of level ups and stuff,
Right.
Jump Shoot Mac has to expect that there's still a dungeon guide,
Yeah, yeah.
right? There's no way he just sits as like, oh, he banished his dungeon guides. I'm in the clear. Like that doesn't
Yeah, no. You only put dungeon guides down into memory when you have more dungeon guides.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is absolutely wild. So that's a lot of dungeon guides drawn and no interaction from Jump Shoot Mac. So Quest just gets the level up.
Yeah. No, almost no influence though. I wonder if
Yeah.
we are level 3. We do have the 3 visits in banishment. Ooh.
Oh, it just registered that Jump Shoot Mac didn't go to level 1 on his first materialize.
Yeah.
The backup charger came out first. So he's only just now starting to build up quest counters, right? Only just now
Right.
getting that Genbu mill.
Did he just happen to hit a cosmic bolt off of the Gembu as well?
Oh
Again?
my god, did he?
I think so.
I was so focused on the Seaside Ringleader, I didn't see the Cosmic Bolt flip. That's so good.
Yeah.
Wow. Quest
Oh,
really feels like everything is going their way.
fracturize on the Polaris once again.
Okay, well, I guess you're popping a Polaris.
Yeah, I
Might
think.
as well.
What do we think we pump it up to? 6, 7?
That looks like 6 after popping both of the heal herbs.
Yeah, it looks like we're keeping the 6 herb. I believe it's Razor Gale.
Razor Leaf. Yep.
Razor Leaf, yeah. Not Razor Gale, Razor Leaf.
A different razor.
Right, right.
And 6 Cosmic Bolts should be enough, right? That feels like
It's
a pretty strong
it's
shuffle.
a decent number. I think anything over 4, if you're being forced to pop Polaris, I think anything over 4 you're like, "Okay, I will take this number." Anything under 4 feels really, really bad.
Mhm.
Okay, we're going
Well, with a popped Polaris, the way is free and clear now for Mac to play some ally. So we'll see if that's what ends up happening here.
incoming. Oh,
The
Tidestone
Bovine.
Bovine with a
Oh,
buff
yeah, and
counter
it's
from
buffed because the
Seaside
Ringleader got
Ringleader.
played. Yep.
Yeah, that's really big because turning on, he just milled 2 flow too.
Oh my
Holy.
gosh.
Um, yeah, getting your quest counter started, cracking Polaris so that your Sidestone Bovine doesn't die to the Polaris.
This is such an incredible study in luck. Like, it feels like Quest has such a powerful start,
Yeah.
and Jump Shoot Mac is just everything is coming. Everything else is going Jump Shoot.
Yep. I wonder, man, there's not a lot of options here from Quest.
Not a whole lot, and he doesn't look like he's getting good glimpses either.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, no Cosmic Bolt off the 3 visits here. There's no more 3 visits in Graveyard or Banish either.
Mhm.
See if we go for a little bit more draw. Doing the math, doing the finger with math.
Surely he brings out the Scry Regalia here, right? The Astroscope?
It's rough with no way to
pay for multiple ones?
Hmm.
Oh, I guess we just do.
Yeah, he has to. He has to start accelerating his pack. Oh,
Oh,
there.
okay,
Okay.
that's
So
actually
that's a
pretty
pretty
good.
good banish.
That's
That
pretty
doesn't feel
nice.
too.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, down to what, one influence? Like he's got to start getting something to
Yup.
happen, and that's got to be on the back of glimpses, right? What else do you do here?
Yeah. There's only one bolt in graveyard too.
Hmm.
Jump shoot mag is looking pretty clear here.
Yeah, at this point, Jump Shoot Back can kind of do whatever he wants, right?
Yeah.
Quest on 2 cards in hand, not going to be doing a whole lot of interaction.
Mhm.
We could potentially see the Meteor Strike or the Comet Fall come off of the top of Quest's deck, right? So there is interaction from the glimpses potentially. We're starting to see
Okay.
the bolts come out, so that's good.
Yep. That's one. See if he has any banishment. Doesn't
Quick
look like
check,
it.
just the looks like just the one in the yard.
Just coming in for 6.
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, not bad for not bad for 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, you've got to get this started at some point, right?
Mhm.
So now seems fine. The question is, if Quest is undisturbed, right? If Jump Shoot Back doesn't make anything happen, Quest
Mhm.
probably wins the game in about 2 turns,
Yeah.
right? Because there's enough Cosmic Bolts in that deck that you're gonna find them. You're not that concerned.
Yeah.
Quest has
And
some defense. He's got the 3 visits. He's
oh
got
wait,
the
is that
Astroscope.
another one? Oh no. Oh. He put it sideways initially, so I thought it was another cosmic bolt that he hit off the Genbu mill,
Mm-hmm.
but it was a nascent barrier.
Okay,
I was gonna say that's really scary very quickly.
but
Jump sh-
yeah, I was gonna say Jump Shoot Mac is now looking for action, right? Jump Shoot Mac is looking for a way to get this game over with before Quest starts hitting him for 10, for 12, for 14.
There's so much flow in the grave, but there's 2 lost in thoughts, which means at the very least he's not gonna lost in thought for a lot more than twice.
Mm-hmm. The
This is
Penguin.
yeah, this is
Is
very
this a
scary.
stratagem turn?
Oh,
Oh, that's a lot of
this
penguins.
is so scary. I think this has to be a no lantern turn for Quest.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs the safety here with 2 penguins on
Yeah,
the board with 2 fractals of polar depths. There's no way that he just lets those, right?
yeah. You have to make them pop the fractal polar depths in response. No cosmic bolts though,
Nothing. Just go straight to the bottom.
man.
So what materialize are we gonna see? It's got to be the lantern.
Has to be lantern, I think. Yeah. Ooh, is that QSG?
That is QSG.
Oh, lantern under QSG though, 100%, right?
That is fascinating. So, um, wow, that's pretty good. That actually negates one of the
Yeah,
fraps, if that's the way he goes with it.
yeah. And then even then he has to fracturize. He has to fracturize the Quicksilver Grail and then use Unbroken Mustang on the no lantern under it.
Right.
It's,
And that no lantern is always going to come out in response
right,
to a fractal of polar depths.
right. It's pretty
Well, that's
pretty good cushion here from Quest.
yeah. I really like this defensive position that Quest is in. Like Quest has not a lot of damage on them, right? And I think they've gone through all of their 3 visits at this point, but we're probably going to see something like a nascent barrier or something like a visits come up, some other kind of defensive tool.
Yeah, there are at least 2 stratagem of Myriad Ice in Jump Shoot Max deck. So the number of float is pretty scary here.
Oh, that might be the other thing, right? If Quest is looking at this and being like, okay, this isn't a mill strategy, this is a stratagem strategy.
Right,
Maybe Quest brings out the safeguard underneath their grail.
right. So we saw
Interesting. They
Beast
sided
Bomb
that grail in though.
Boots.
The grail's not main.
Oh yeah, yeah. Grand Crusaders Ring was in the first game.
Mhm.
We saw Beast Bomb Boots popped in response to the Cosmic Bolt. I think there's 3 engraved so far. Next Cosmic Bolt comes in for a pretty scary number.
Yeah.
Jumpsuit Mech has plenty of float to level here, so
With the next bolt hits for 10,
yeah.
so 2 more bolts is lethal.
Yeah.
And even if the next bolt gets negated, the bolt after that is lethal regardless.
Right.
Ugh.
I even through the level up as well.
Yep.
Unless he has something like a revitalizing cleanse. Surely
Which he
it has
might.
to be the level here, no? It's a pretty
Um,
scary number of cosmic bolts engrave.
it's true. I suspect that Jumpsuit Mac is less concerned about the health and more concerned about how they can get through. But
Yeah.
level up is probably a good way to do it.
We have 6 counters right now?
That looked like
Right?
Yeah, that looks
7
like 6. I agree.
6. So we take the 2 from the on enter.
It looks like he's taking the card draw
Oh,
though.
we're taking the card draw.
Yeah, because he's getting enough mill here, right? There's
Right.
the Genbu trigger and the Fractal and the Tidestone Bovine trigger. That'll get him to
Oh, yeah, yeah. Ooh.
the Mustang. No.
That's not great. I wonder if we have one in hand or memory. You still have to get through the QSG though.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough position without knowing what is under the QSG, right?
Right. Yeah, Quest looking pretty okay here.
Yeah, I was worried for him being so low influence on the way up,
Yeah.
but I mean that kind of is just what Astra did, right? You know,
Right.
you drop down to 0 influence or whatever the game.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Especially with fertile grounds and having at least one herb, right? Every turn you get to multiply them. You get to ingredient pouch. You get to make another one. You get to draw 2 cards, right? Or draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're thinking
Oh my
before
gosh.
Jumpsuit Max Recollection.
Yeah, he still hasn't recollected.
Okay.
That's
I wonder
3
if he has.
fractals. Fascinating.
I wonder
Nope.
if he has.
Yeah, just going into his turn.
Okay. I'm in no float.
No, well, on top of the 8 that he already
Yeah, yeah.
has,
Well,
like an
yeah,
embarrassment of riches for this man.
yeah. Is it stratagem? There's 3 cards. That's 6.
That looks like stratagem to me.
That looks like a. Yep.
So popping this is exactly how he has to do. He has to pop one of the fractals of polar depths and see whether or not Quest responds to it.
Right. And then you
Because you can't
crack
just
the
put both
other
on the
one in
stack.
response to the no lantern, right?
Yeah, if you're not worried about the Grail, you pop both of them in response to each other so that they both
Right.
see both of them in the yard in order to get more of your mills.
Right.
But in this situation, worried about whether or not a null is going to come, you have to do one of them at a time to make sure that you at least get one of them.
Yeah, it's also the number of float he needs to hit is not very big. He has a lot of float already.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if Quest has anything in response.
Right, man. What if it's actually Safeguard under the Grail? What if Quest
Oh,
knew? Is Quest a
that would
knower?
be so crazy. I do think he just dies to Genbu swing though, no?
Yeah, at that point he definitely just dies to Genbu swing. But Quest might also still have
Does he?
interaction because
Right.
Jumpsuit Max influence is not that high. He has not, in fact, thoughted for 7 yet this game.
Yeah.
So, if Jumpsuit Mac tries to go for a fugue this turn after the stratagem, Quest almost assuredly has something in hand to deal with that.
Mhm. Okay.
Oh, the reprise.
Wisdom's reprised 3 cards in hand. Do you negate to make him put all cards down? Or
Yeah, do
2
you just
cards?
make him work for it? No, you hold back. You hold back. You just let him do
Okay.
this. I'm not sure what Quest is going to find out of this, though. That's the real question. I guess if you find another here. That
I don't think it's a bolt though. Usually Arisana players, if they see a bolt, they show that bolt right away. They're not hesitating.
Well, the thing is, Quest in this position is probably digging for something useful
Right.
against a stratagem,
Right.
right? So maybe this is just a setup glimpse, and then you can glimpse into an astral sight or something.
Okay. Oh, okay. Cycling one card, right?
Oh yeah, the cycle herb. So actually getting to set up on that glimpse is pretty strong, even if you don't see the thing that you're looking for.
Let's see if it's safeguard.
It's
It's no
lantern. Okay, so this
lantern.
is this is the expected outcome. This
Yeah.
lantern comes out. It prevents the fractal of polar depths activation that's on the.
Yeah.
But now lantern is on the stack, so Jumpshoot Max still has the ability to pop the other fractal of polar before the lantern actually hits play,
Yeah, we
and
don't have
that'll
an
almost
actual
assuredly give him
yeah,
enough floating memory.
we don't have an actual floating memory count, but oh, let's see. That's a lot.
That's like 6 or 7.
5, 6. 6, that's 18 damage.
18 damage
Not
is not enough damage,
not
especially with the
lethal.
Serene release.
How many? So he has 6 and then maybe like 4 more water cards. So the next one will hit for 10. Uh,
We're just letting it go.
I think he
Okay,
only chose to banish.
that looked like a 4. I think he banished 4. Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
I think
12
so.
damage. Okay,
Interesting. Maybe,
fascinating.
maybe he has Unbroken Mustang in hand
That could be, and then
or
and then he
or
still gets
in
the value
or
that he
in
needs.
memory. Right.
Okay, so I can kind of see this. I'm not sure why he ended up banishing some here, but I can kind of see the not using the second fractal, right? If you're concerned then that you're not going to hit the critical mass off of just one big mill in order to get enough float to deal, how much damage would he need? 25, 31. He needs to get to 29 damage to account for those lineage release as well.
Yeah.
So if you're sitting there with your 6 float and you don't think a big mill is going to get you 6 float, then sure.
Yeah. Yep.
There's the horse. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did suspect he had horse in hand
Mhm.
by letting the first stratagem go. This does mean that next turn is pretty scary for Quest. If he doesn't kill Jumpshoot Mac here, Gembu becomes a real threat.
Absolutely. Yeah, Quest has the potential to just get knocked out by Genbu twice in a row.
Right. He's taking 15 damage. He needs 10 for lethal and then 6 more through Serene.
Mhm.
So there's only 16 damage. Gembu innately has 9 life, which means that's not a lot. He only
Yeah, there's
needs
not a lot of water
6
left in the
water
yard
cards.
either, right? Sorry,
Yeah.
I went over you.
No, you're totally fine. I think he only needs 16 damage to kill through Serene,
Mhm.
and Gembu already has 9 power or 9 life, sorry.
Right.
Which means that only 7 more cards in water in grave makes Gembu into lethal. Ooh,
All right, we found our star call for this turn, and
I
the necklace of
believe
foresight out there is potentially setting up to star call again the turn after. So this is actually really dangerous for Jumpshoot Mac.
this one I believe is coming in for 10. We're
Yep.
letting it go.
Jumpshoot Mac agrees, 10 damage.
We still have Arisana's ability to pay 0 for star calling cost.
Oh, was that one paid for? I missed it. I thought that was a free one.
I believe he paid for it.
Okay.
Uh correct me if I'm wrong. Can you Does Fertile Grounds trigger if there are no herbs?
Yeah, Fertile Grounds trigger goes on the stack, and then you can respond.
Huh. Interesting. Okay, we're using Necklace of Foresight. Ooh.
There it is. There's the next bolt. Is it over? We go into game
See.
3? Yeah,
It
yeah,
seems
yeah.
like it,
Picking
yeah.
him up. Rough. Yeah, Jump Shoot Back had a lot to get through there. And I can't help but wonder that if that other Fractal of Polar Depths had popped, would he have found enough floating memory to make that stratagem lethal?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think he would have milled maybe like 10 cards. He had 6 flow, and then it looked like maybe 4, maybe 5 other water cards in the grave.
I think even less than that. I think 2 or 3.
Yeah. So maybe, maybe not. 10 is not a lot.
Yeah, if he mills
Really?
another 8 there, and then
Right.
he has to get 18 to 29 is 11. He has to get 4 more float,
Yeah.
maybe? Mill about half float on your next mill. That's a little dicey. That's a little
Yeah.
dicey.
Although we could have done that, and then if he had Fugue in hand, we could have just flipped Gembu and Fugued for 9.
Also
So you
true.
don't actually need all of the damage to have been from stratagem.
Mhm.
If you had Resonating Fugue in hand, you could have swung in for 9 with Gembu, uh, which, nothing to scoff at. 9 is a lot.
Yep, that's true. Um, even room potentially to activate the Genbu before the lantern hits the field,
Right.
but didn't turn out that way. I think he probably just didn't have the so there's only so much you can do in that situation.
Yeah. He took 12. If he would have banished all of the cards, he would have taken 18.
It's still
Plus,
not enough.
yeah, plus 9 would be not enough still.
Mhm. Yeah, would have
Going,
been too short with the release.
yeah, yeah.
Ah.
Going
Well, we've
first, though,
got
pretty big though. Pretty
yeah.
nice. Quest has gotten to go first both games, which means this Jump Shoot Mag going first, pretty good.
Yeah, and that early Fractal of Rain also pretty good. Like
Yeah.
this is definitely the kind of start he wants to be seeing.
Right, yeah. This is classic water mill turn 1 play, Fractal imbue, Fractal of Rain imbued pass.
Mhm. And you get a semi-controlled banish in order to bring out your champion on level 1 and bring out Genbu and really get the engine started.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
no! The scatter
no
essence!
way. Never punished.
Oh jeez, what a guy. That's massive.
Oh my
So
god.
not only does that set Jump Shoot Mac back, that also gives Quest the floating memory to get to level relatively easily. This is huge.
I wonder how many he brought in from the side. There's only 1 in the main.
Mm.
There's 2 in the side. I wonder if he brought any in last game.
Oh, I bet he did. I think you understand as Quest that if you're going to
Right.
win this game, you've got a high roll. You've got to max.
Yeah, you got to stop Fractal of Rain from gaining all the value that it
Mhm.
does.
Well,
Revitalizing
going into
Cleanse.
Tidestone Bovine here. No
Milling
float.
a Revitalizing Cleanse and a Blanche. Not very good mills.
Yeah, really not where you want to be.
We get the level up with the float. Man, so much value from the Scatter Essence.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, I this is this is exactly what Quest needs in order to try and get back into this game. Like Jump Shoot Mac had such a good start, and I was completely on the back foot. Not even bringing out Genbu on the first turn, just going for the backup charger in order to bring up his influence. And Quest
Do
now just going
we?
straight into his game plan. No acceleration here. We're not seeing a beseech, or we haven't seen a beseech yet.
Mhm.
But this is still a great start.
Do we get Fracturized? I know a lot of Wind Astra players. They go. Oh,
There it is. Man, I
That's
would have loved to say, oh, he just
yeah,
takes. He's like, yeah, okay, you got it.
yeah.
Not worth it.
Man,
I'll just take the fractal. I'll just take the reservable.
this is so rough for Quest.
Yeah, that's really gonna slow down his win condition.
Yeah, he has to win by the 4 bolts in the main deck and however many however many comet falls are in
Mhm.
the main deck, which I believe is 4.
Yeah, I think so.
Not very good sort of damage
Yeah,
possibilities here.
it's not impossible, but it's definitely an uphill climb at this point.
Is that Fugue and another card? So no float still
Yeah, still no
from
float.
the mill.
Rough. There is that one primordial that got milled. I think
Mhm.
off of the Genbu maybe.
Yeah, I believe so. Wait, is that a did he hit? I think he hit a scatter essence on the Gembu mill. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that's a scatter essence in Quest's
I think you're
graveyard.
right. Yeah,
That's so much
lucky.
value. Yeah, it definitely is. Oh wow. I mean, if Polaris was awake, if Polaris wasn't fracturized, Quest would be up so huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have 4 different herbs. You know what that means? We have to check
No,
for
no, I'm sure there's no Prima in this deck.
nah, there
No
isn't.
way.
That would have been
Um,
so cool though. Prima's so cool.
Prima's so cool. No, I Quest's win condition at this point is Lunar.
Yeah.
Gets Lunar Conduit, starts playing his Aster cards, and
Yeah.
then builds up enough damage that he can get it that way. But it's so much slower than it would be if he had another 3, 4 in the deck.
Hmm. Yeah, just putting cards down to level doesn't seem like that was exactly his preferred uh play there.
Yeah, he doesn't look super happy with it. This is a
Yeah.
little bit of like, what you gonna do, shrug.
Yeah.
Still has the double, so it's not like he's foregoing the card draw here.
Hmm.
But Fertile Ground coming in this late is not ideal.
Yeah, I want another we are in overtime. Production has just told us.
Hmm.
Mills a fast cure though off the Gembu. That is 2 floats so far.
Man, must be nice.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's
Oh,
going to turn into what he wants it to be. This is looking like we're going to get a draw out of this one. Going to be really tough to finish this game out in under half minutes.
Jump Shoot Mag has milled no float.
Oh, unbelievable.
Yeah, I think he's
Such
just
yeah, such a bad beat.
yeah. I think, Polaris isn't on board. I think he's just loading the board with allies and just saying, "Hey, deal with these if you can."
I mean, he has to be aggressive here, right? He doesn't have the
Yeah.
luxury of being able to game with a
Yeah.
clock. And Quest just going up to level 3. That's what you do.
Interesting. He banished Beseech
Mhm.
uh from the level. I wonder he probably just figured Beseech does the same thing that Fertile Ground does, puts 3 cards down, and you don't really need the level 3 right now, or you didn't need the level 3 in that
Yeah, maybe he might
during
also
that
have a
turn.
second Beseech backup. Like, I think at this point, he's relying on cards rather
Mhm.
doing math. What does that look like?
Yeah, I mean he has pretty decent influence,
Mhm.
but I don't know. I mean, what are the threats here? Like, yeah, going to his end phase, sacking 2 herbs, drawing a card.
I suspect at this point, Quest has just not exactly conceded the game, but understands that a winning line is probably out of his reach.
Yeah,
And in that situation, play defensively, keep your cards up, keep interaction open, level up and get that health buffer. All of this makes sense.
I think we're leveling up here to get the quest counters. Maybe try to get a Gembu turn.
Yeah, with no float coming, that's really rough.
Yeah.
So using that Fracturize in order to get a little bit of float. Yeah, he's got to do this in
Yep.
order to get the quest counters.
Yeah. I don't believe. So we have Gembu trigger puts him to 8.
Mill's a Lost in Thought, so finally getting a little bit of float there.
Tidestone
Um,
Vomvine gets him to 9.
So he is going to be able to get a Genbu attack this turn if that's what he's. But that's not enough cards in the yard to really build up a big fugue.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially through
Yep, there it
3
is. Even more
visits.
defense for Quest.
Yep.
The Bolt?
Into the
Okay.
Paladin, I'm assuming, right?
That would make sense to me.
You
That
want to
seems like a
clear
good
these
target.
allies.
Yeah,
I think
Quest can only fight for the draw now, right? There's not a
yeah,
lot of
yeah.
options here.
Yeah. We only have a minute left. Primordial ritual thing.
Sure.
Okay. Pelagic Fate Stone. Not. I mean, the water count isn't terrible now.
It just needs to find a way to take advantage of it. So that's the Primordial Mill as well as the Tidestone Bow. Found
Right.
another Lost in Thought. So at 4 float, I think. 3 damage from the allies on the field,
I don't
putting
believe
Quest to 12 damage.
he doesn't have enough cards to both activate Gembu's ability and Resonating Fugue, so
No, and that's
yeah, I
turn
believe they're
3, I think.
yeah,
I
I
didn't catch
believe
when turn 0 was, but I think this was it.
yeah.
Ooh, man, a
Ooh.
rough ending to an otherwise banger of a match, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, like for how bad of a matchup this sort of Wind Astra into Gembu is, Quest did pretty okay at saving off a lot of the damage in those in the first 2 games.
Yeah, it was really interesting because game 1 felt like it was Quest's favor until Jump Shoot Mac just had the big Genbu line.
You know.
And then game 2 almost felt like it was a little bit more even, but Quest just had the extra bolts, had the extra acceleration, and was able to shoot them out quick enough to get the win.
Yeah, I
And then,
think the sorry.
no, I was gonna say you get to game 3 and it has this unfortunate draw ending. That's
Yeah.
how it goes.
I think the Null Lantern under QSG was a huge play. But
Yeah.
I think I don't know if uh Jump Shoot Mac could have gotten there if he just used all of his float. He could have obviously I think he needed to hit like maybe 4 float off of the uh Fractal of Polar Depths mill, and then had enough cards in hand to play Resonating Fugue as well, which I think
Mm.
theoretically I think you could have gotten there. Even if you get like maybe 1, maybe 2 flow, and it goes from 18 to 21. It goes from 18 to 21, and then you swing with Fugue and Gembu. That's already way more damage than you need to in the game, even through Serene.
Yeah, I think that relies on him having the fugue, and
Yeah,
I'm not sure if I agree with him, but it was definitely a risky line for it.
yeah,
So, I think not going for it is totally a reasonable play to make in that situation,
yeah, yeah,
right? Because if going for it relies that you mill more than 50% float on whatever
mhm,
your mill is, like that's not gonna that's not gonna
yeah.
pay off as often as you want it.
For sure. You also want you get the even though the potential for you to die next turn is pretty big. You
Yeah.
do want to get the guaranteed destruction on the Null Lantern, right? The guy
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Quest had no cards in hand. He had enough to play Unbroken Mustang, targeting the Null Lantern. That obstacle is gone, but unfortunately he didn't make it through the next turn.
Yeah,
It's
I
pretty
think you're right. He put himself in this position where he probably wins if he gets another turn, and then he
mhm,
just didn't get that next turn.
yeah.
All right. Well, I think we're going to be moving pretty much straight into the next round.
I
Is there
think
anything
so.
that you want to see for our final match? I'm not sure what the records actually look like now.
Mm. We haven't seen that many fire decks. I would be okay with a fire deck, honestly.
Hmm. Yeah.
And
Let's hope some of the fire decks made it to three.
yeah, that's we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Absolutely. It sounds like we're going to be seeing a fractal deck, and was that Astra as well? Ooh. Okay, so actually, oh wow, okay, so we're seeing repeat players. We're getting Quest back on with the Astra deck, and Chem Collapse
Yeah,
is going to be our Fractals player from run one. So
yeah.
that should be an interesting match.
I'll be honest with
Um,
you.
yeah.
Uh, I'll be honest with you, Jim. I think I talk a lot with Lineage Break Cam. He's taught me a lot of Astra. He thinks Water Fractals is the worst matchup into Astra. Or sorry, is the worst Astra matchup is just Fractals. One time, I remember one time I asked him, "Hey, how do you play against Astra?" He goes, "You don't. You pray that you don't you pray that you don't fight him." I go, "Hey, do we have any tech pieces into Fractals?" And he goes, "No, we don't. No, we don't. We just pray that we don't fight them."
There are a lot of decks for whom Fractals is the bad matchup.
Yeah,
I think Genbu especially
right.
is top dog except for Fractals.
Hmm.
Um, so this doesn't surprise me at
Yeah. Yeah. And not
But yeah, this is gonna be a tough fight.
I think so too. And I mean, man, Genbu takes advantage of you having low influence. But even more than that, Water Fractals takes advantage of you having low influence. I mean, Glimmering Refusal, even if you have big influence, a lot of this time these Glimmering Refusals are coming in for 5, 6 fractals.
Right? Practically a hard negate.
Right.
And
Yeah.
then Jonyu potentially really interesting in this match as well. Like if they can't
Yes.
if they can't activate their cosmic bolts, what are they gonna do?
That's one of the problems is the fact that Wind Astra has one game plan. It has
Mhm.
one card that it kills you with, 99% of the time. That's Cosmic Bolt. Naming Cosmic Bolt, although uh I believe you still get the Arasana effect of paying 0 unless you pay uh or Genu makes it cost more, but you can still use Arasana's effect to pay 0 instead, is what I'm gonna say. Um,
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's an
but
alternate cost, so that works.
yeah,
I gotta look at the cards now. I'm not sure exactly.
yeah. But it does almost completely prevent you from playing Cosmic Bolts from hand, which a lot of the time, that is kind of how Astra can get the win, right? If you have one Cosmic Bolt in hand and you don't have a glimpse, we go, well, I mean, I'll just cast this Cosmic Bolt from my hand and deal you 12. So
Right.
we'll see.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how it plays out. Here we go.
Have Chem Collapse going first. See how many fractals we have on this on this turn 0 here. Let's see here.
Yeah, it's always
Yeah.
gonna be a question of like how explosive is their start? Are they gonna
Right.
have one fractal? Are they gonna have three fractals?
Yeah.
And that really kind of sets the tenor of the rest of the game.
Okay. Okay. 2-2. Not terrible.
Mhm.
Not terrible. Wind Astra gets a little bit of breathing room here.
Yeah, turn one stuck with the three cost fractal.
Hmm.
Even if there was another fractal in Chem Collapse's hand, there's no way to
Yeah.
get that out.
Hmm. I do. I wonder, man. Even 2 fractals is so scary for like negating a dungeon guide.
Mm,
Because I think there's more than likely Chem Collapse has uh another fractal in either hand or memory. And
seems
paying
likely.
3 for a glimmering refusal on a dungeon guide is really rough, especially for Wind Astra, where they don't have that much influence to go to level 3.
Yeah, Wind Astra's path to level 3 is always playing it so close to the bone,
Right.
right? Like, you end up with 1 influence, 2 influence left over. You dungeon guide with, 1 card left in hand, trying to, like, barely eke your way into level 3, and that's when you can start building your influence and start building your game plan. But,
Mm.
that
Yeah.
definitely looks a lot worse in the face of something like a Diesel.
Seems like we're passing here. The other problem that Wind Astra has against Fractal, and I mean, kind of any deck has against Fractal, is your fast cures almost never actually heal you because wind or sorry, water fractals has like fake influence in a way where like the
Mhm.
fractals have reservable points so you can pay for stuff that way, but their actual cards in hand isn't that big. Their influence doesn't actually get that big because every turn they're putting down all of their cards to put a fractal down. And so cards like Fast Cure end up not being able to heal you very often.
Yeah, and that's potentially a dangerous proposition if you're relying on that as an extra defensive technique.
Right.
But
Kill
speaking of
this.
defensive techniques, I hear the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, and one of the best offenses is this Gildas. Oh no.
Wow. Wow, what a start. We got water allies here.
Is there
Did
a
we
lost in
switch
thought?
decks? What is going on?
It is.
Oh, so good.
Oh, this is so rough.
Wow, that lines up perfectly for that 7 damage burst to start. What an
Yeah, he's
incredible turn 2 from Chem Collapse.
yeah. This is wow. Wait, I thought we said this was water fractals.
Yeah,
Why
right?
do I why do I see water allies on board?
We're going to see a Scepter Illumina come out next.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
We
Quest.
s-
How are you going to handle this onslaught, right? This just unbridled offense coming out of Chem Collapse's Fractal deck.
yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll see. We'll see if we have any not revitalizing cleanse. Any 3 visits.
3
Uh
visits is going to be important. I think Nascent Barrier potentially as well.
oh, no heal herbs.
What did we roll? The 2 and the
Man,
6. Not the
this is a
best
little
start.
7 damage already on board. You just need 12 damage. There's already potentially 6 on board. Or
Mhm.
potentially 7 more on board.
Yeah, this Polaris is going to be really important if Quest even gets the turn to activate.
Yeah, that is really gonna be the determining factor. We could see a
Um,
beseech here.
that's true. A Beseech here would be pretty valuable.
Yeah.
Getting Quest up to level 2 at the cost of a lot of resources, but Astra's used to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean if you're gonna spend if you're already gonna go down on influence, right? You might as well use it to not die here to fractals.
Mhm.
Oh, is
Yeah,
it
no
a pass?
recovery herbs
Oh,
is
this is
pretty unfortunate as well.
this is a pass. Wow. This
Yeah,
is so
Chem Collapse gets another turn to just throw allies at Quest's life.
yeah, this is so scary. The
Oh, I see the
fractals,
finger taps. This might be it.
yeah, yep. Yeah. Finger taps of doom. Having the fractals also lets you balance Gildis more easily
Mhm.
because you can sort of pick exactly how many cards you want to use and how many fractals you want to use.
Yeah, I think what Chem Collapse is looking for on this turn is probably one more fractal to really start hitting the additional damage. And then balancing Gildis either off of that fractal or off of like a refracting missile or
Right,
shimmering refraction and starting to really pile up that damage here.
right.
If there's enough, it might even be lethal.
Yeah, I think a okay, so we have the I wonder how many cards are
That
in
is
uh,
fascinating. Resting these fractals in order to pay for the activation cost.
oh, we have 7 exactly. If we have a refracting missile, he is dead.
Yeah, refracting missile here hits for 3, and then we get another 7 off of the allies on the board. And then
Yeah.
3 cards left in hand could be exactly shimmering.
Ooh.
Okay, so we have an extra fractal, which is not refracting missile, fortunately for Quest, but does balance the Gilded. That is
Okay. So we have a burst asunder and a lost in thought. We're digging for refracting missile, I guess.
probably digging, yeah, for another source of damage. Can't play Burst Asunder this turn anyway, because
Right.
without the Cleric class bonus, Burst Asunder costs 4.
Right. We go
Now
to
I'm wondering
11 and
though
then we
if
go to 14. We only need 5 more damage. Seems like we're passing though.
this is a response to the Frostworn Paladin.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
there it is.
I think
A little
we're
bit of
blocking
defense, that makes a lot of sense. This
we're
is
blocking
probably
2, right?
it
It's
is level +1,
it
right?
is
For the
level plus
barrier?
1. We are level 1.
It's not a lot of defense, but it is a little defense, and the glimpse potentially sets up something good.
I think you only glimpse if you're level 3.
Oh, really?
I think it's level 3 class level 3 bonus.
You're probably right. I probably just don't remember how the card works.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yep.
just have to do that too. Yeah.
All right. So Chem Collapse seeing this turn's lethal, definitely not in hand.
Yeah.
So passing with cards up, leaving that interaction potentially available.
Yeah, I mean it might just not matter.
Yeah, shuffling away a Burst Asunder is a very bold choice. Like that kind of telegraphs something, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
This is a little bit more healing, but 1 and 2 isn't going to make a difference.
The
The Burst Asunder comes in for 8.
You will also have to cycle 2 cards to get 2 Polaris triggers,
Mm-hmm.
which means, depending on the cards that you have in hand might be not ideal. So
Yeah.
ideally you want to use your Arasana level 2 inherited effect to put 2 counters on it right away. Cycling
But
1.
as it stands right now, it doesn't even look like Quest has any doubles. Wow, what an
Yeah.
unfortunate start for Quest. The Cleric Casino not paying out today.
Cycling 2.
Still
We
looking
are
for some
gonna
more
we're
cards.
more than likely gonna wipe the board here, but
Yeah, has to. There's no question.
will it matter?
I think between the cards that Quest has and the ability to lineage release at this point,
Mm,
lethal is still not quite there for Chem Collapse. I think it's probably still a turn, but
right.
this would be a very early. And I think lineage release is within Chem Collapse's grasp. Like I think he's gonna have enough damage to at least make that happen.
Mhm. We'll see what Chem Collapse decides to get. Okay,
Just
just
looking for more
opting for more
cards.
draw.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's gonna put him at 8 cards. That's difficult to balance.
Yeah. I mean, I think he knows that Gildis is probably not gonna get
Yeah,
to
yeah,
live
yeah.
here.
Absolutely. That's true. I guess that's not real. The balance is no longer really a concern because the Gildus isn't worth
Yeah.
enough to hit.
Yeah.
One recovery herb and popping it in response to the Tengu just to make sure that nothing happens.
Mhm.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
We are only getting 4 bolts in though.
Mm-hmm.
Like we said earlier, not a terrible number here, but if you can get more, you do want more.
Yeah. So is Quest's cards are still in hand? They didn't play anything the previous turn?
I believe they did last turn was level and pass.
Yeah, I think you're right. So a bunch of interaction left in hand. We'll see whether or not Fractal of
Okay.
Insight down. We'll see whether or not Burst of Sunder happens this turn.
We have 5 fractals, that's
Still no
12
level up,
damage.
right? Still
Yeah.
no class bonus on Chem Collapse's side.
Mm-hmm. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, oh,
Ooh, I love this card. Captivating. So good. Such a pain to deal with, especially on quest side when the regalia that you get out of the Astra deck is so important to your game plan.
yeah. I mean, it's really really strong when you have to pay 3 for a ingredient pouch or
Right?
a you have to pay 3 for your or 2 for your astroscope, right?
Or 4 for your safeguarded your Grailed safeguard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, this card is really really fun.
Wow, what a
We
pain to deal
do
with.
have at least one scatter essence in the main for quest.
Okay.
Maybe maybe we see the one of out here.
Of course, it's not even active this turn because Captivating Opulence does require the Diao bonus. So until Chem Collapses levels up to 1, the Captivating Opulence is just a uh, Fantasia cake.
Yeah.
But that threat is right there.
We have 6 Fantasias so far.
Yeah, that's massive. That's so much damage. If Chem Collapse starts turning this into damage, Quest is going to be really on the foot,
Yeah. Man, cracking this
on the
safeguard is
ropes.
gonna cost 2 as well. I think Chem Collapse is almost certainly levels here to turn on the Dao Chan bonus on Capulating Opulence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see if he chooses to. I think you most definitely do,
Oh,
especially
I'm
since
I'm
you
I'm
see
positive
Safeguard
that he
out.
levels up here. It's the question of like I always find myself putting myself into this position
Yeah.
of the turn before just not paying attention to what goes down and realizing I made a mistake.
Yeah.
But you got to do what you got to do.
Ooh.
Whoa! Mirror here is a fascinating choice.
That's so good.
So the mirror gives the glimpses generally, and that's probably what he's looking for here is the extra kind of vision into his deck,
Yeah.
um, trying to find the cards that he needs
Yeah.
because he doesn't get the ability to destroy the safeguard until he gets class bonus. That also needs cleric class bonus.
Right.
So he's really in this kind of weird situation. Oh my god,
Man, that is so many fractals.
that's a lot of gas.
Yep.
Makes you wonder what he still has left in the tank.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just not. I wonder if he has the cards to kill him in hand, and he's just setting it up so that it is uninteractable, or if he
Hmm.
just really doesn't have it and he's just digging.
Yeah, that's a good question because what we're seeing right now is just digging so far.
Yeah, there is the potential that he is just saying like, I don't care how. Yeah, I don't care if you get to level 3. I don't care any interaction you have. I'm going to kill you anyways 'cause I just have that many resources.
Mhm. But he's sitting now with what? 4 cards in hand? 5 cards in hand?
Yeah.
And, doesn't really look like he's making anything happen. Are we just sitting
Yeah.
back on negates this turn and then going to level 1 next turn?
I wonder. I mean, the thing you want to negate here from Quest is Dungeon Guide, right?
Almost assuredly, yeah. If he can keep Quest off of level, that puts Chem Collapse in the right space.
Yeah. He did leave 2 fractals awake, so
Mhm.
it's the number. It's 4.
The fast cure actually working against the Fractals player? Why? I guess if anybody's gonna do it, Astra's gonna do it, right?
Do we dump a card? No. At least it seems like we. Oh.
Oh, he doesn't get the
Oh,
heal?
no.
Is
Does
Quest
he
also at, like,
does he
5?
have 5? Card,
Interesting. How many cards left? Is that
card.
3 left in hand? That must be 3 left in hand.
It
Yes.
is
Okay,
3
so
left in
so they were
hand.
tied. They were both on 5.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's quite unfortunate actually. Well, at least you don't have to. Now you don't even have to negate a dungeon guide too.
Yeah, just the hard level up to 3, so
Yeah.
no room to interact there. Makes a lot of sense. I think Quest is probably expecting a Glimmering Refusal out of Collapse, so
Right.
you just go for it. You just go to 3 and don't let the dungeon guide get negated.
Oh. Oh no, this is unfortunate. Oh no. Quest doesn't have enough cards to or he's gonna have to pop safeguard amulet in response to the Dao Chan level 1. Otherwise he won't have enough influence to actually use safeguard. So he's gonna have to do it
Yeah.
preemptively here, or else he won't have enough influence to actually
No, he has
use it.
3 in hand still, right?
Does he?
Yeah, I think he has 3 in hand. So that's enough to pay to activate Safeguard.
Is that his hand? How much? How did he pay for Wisdom's Reprise though?
Yeah, he paid 1 for Wisdom's Reprise. Yeah. He's
Oh, okay.
because he had 3 left over after leveling up.
Oh, okay,
So
okay. I see.
Wisdom's
I see.
Reprise drew a card. Yeah, 3 in hand.
I see.
So can still pay for Safeguard, which is good because otherwise he's just flat dead here.
Yeah.
The real question is, if Chem Collapse's damage is all fast, then Chem Collapse can destroy the Safeguard and then activate all of his spells in response to the Safeguard activation there, right? In response to that activation.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
refracting missile is how many fractals? There's
7 fractals on the board right
7
now.
fractals, so it's 8. You can
Yep.
rest 3 fractals, deal 8. Rest 3 more fractals, deal 8. Pay 3 more. I mean, if he obviously if he has that many refracting in hand,
Yeah.
but he
And
so
with the opulence on the field,
right,
Shimmering Refraction is also 8.
yeah,
So any combination of those 2 cards,
yeah, it's a lot of
16.
damage.
That's
A
25
lot of damage
exactly.
very quickly.
So he has enough, again, has enough to cause the lineage release, not necessarily enough to kill unless he has 3 spells in hand.
Yeah,
And that's a lot to ask for, actually. I'm not convinced the Chem Collapse has 3 damage sources in hand.
yeah.
Well, we're about to pay 2 in order to draw a card off of Grand Crusader's Ring.
Yeah, and the worst part is, almost definitely Chem Collapse is gonna uh destroy the Safeguard Amulet during Quest's end phase with
Yeah,
that.
actually, responding here, there's 1
Ooh,
spell, because now he doesn't have cards in hand to activate the Safeguard.
yep,
Oh, no.
that's
Oh, no, Quest, you've played directly into his hands.
it's 8 damage so far.
So far.
Wait,
Quest now thinking very hard about the situation he's in.
wait, can you release if you don't
Yeah,
have enough
releasing
cards?
doesn't cost anything from the
It doesn't
opulence.
cost. Okay,
Yeah, releasing doesn't cost anything. Now I'm
okay,
second guessing myself. What exactly is the text on opulence? Yeah, it's Regalia, so
okay,
that's not a Regalia. Lineage release isn't a Regalia. It's a spirit effect.
okay.
All right, well,
So we
you've
okay,
gained 6 health and now taken 8 damage. What a position to
okay.
be in.
Um, is that
And
all
that's
we
it. No other
have?
spells. All right.
Either way, Safeguard Amulet is going to be destroyed in the end phase. So, depending on what Chem Collapse has in hand, this could spell the end for Quest here.
Yeah, Quest has to have a hard negate in order to stay alive here. Horde counter is
Right.
not going to cut it. Has to have exactly an Astral Seal or else he's boned. Because the odds that Chem Collapse doesn't have a Burst Asunder in hand at this point, especially after shipping one.
Yeah, I think shipping one back definitely paints the picture that he has another one.
Mhm.
I think we're thinking on in response to the Wisdom's Reprise. We're letting it go through.
Yeah, it's a concern, right? You don't want to let Quest actually build up any resources here, but at the
Right.
same time, you kind of don't want to spend your negate on a spell.
Mhm. Yeah. Quest also just hasn't had that much time to they didn't have the time to get a ingredient pouch too, so they have no herbs in they have no herbs available to them.
This is actually a really cool result from them. Star calling the Lunars here, getting an extra,
Yeah.
and it doesn't cost him anything that the Wisdom's Reprise didn't already cost. So this is potentially setting up for some very cool responses next turn.
Yep. See the safeguard amulet destroyed like we thought. There's so many fractals.
Looking at Chem Collapse's graveyard, I don't think they have any float. So they can't just get the scepter for free here.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, their options aren't really great for materializes.
Okay.
Sure.
QSG.
Put a scepter under the grail. I love it.
Right.
That might actually be a safeguard under the. Maybe he's worried about whether or not Quest is going to turn the tables here. But he has to just be full offense, right? There's no way, right?
What the?
More fractals onto the board. Jeez, this is a lot. And this
Do
is
we
the Burst
just
Asunder. There's the
Oh,
Burst
okay. I
Asunder.
was gonna say, do we not have Burst Asunder?
You're dropping the Fractal of Rain first.
Yeah,
And
it's
here we go.
mental damage.
All right.
Let's
Quest,
see.
time to dig. What have you got? None of those cards. Those cards are bad.
Maybe Astrocyte? Okay. Do we find the out?
Sure wasn't that card.
Yep. Yeah.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, this is kind of like what we were saying earlier. This is pretty much
Yeah. Yeah,
just
I mean,
a really rough matchup.
yeah, especially with Capulating Opulence on board, right? Like really, really oppressive.
Mm-hmm. It's so much to work through. It's so much to fight through in order to get there.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least we know that there are two more scatter essence that are coming in from Quest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think much like the matchup against Genbu, your sideboard is pretty obvious here.
Right.
I imagine the Quicksilver Grail comes in. The two Scatter Essences definitely come in. Probably not much else. I don't think there's anything else that really affects this matchup.
I think honestly, one of the things that really, really that's like really, really unfortunate against Wind Astra is Censor.
Hmm.
Because so many of the cards that they play are, or not so many, but like a good amount of the cards that they play, like Fast Cure, like Harvest Herbs, all of those cards just get turned off by Censor, and also more notably, so does Three Visits from Graveyard.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even think about that
So
interaction. Yeah, that's so painful.
if you use the Three Visits from your hand, it stays in your graveyard. It's not going anywhere.
Oh boy.
And guaranteeing that Quest has to lose at least 5 cards to get to level 3 if if you dungeon guide,
Mm-hmm.
it feels really, really bad.
Yeah. All right. So Censor seems like it's a pretty powerful in this matchup. We probably also see the Janyu come in.
Yeah. Hmm.
But other than that, it's also I think Chem Collapse isn't super prepared for like the board isn't teched so much against this matchup.
Yeah.
Because I mean, look at the stats. Doesn't really need it most of the time.
Yeah, I don't think water fractal players are too afraid of Wind Astra.
Does seem to be the case. Well,
What do you?
Quest gets to go first here, so maybe we'll see a little bit of a more explosive.
Yeah, having a Beseech the Winds in your first hand would be really, really nice here.
Mm-hmm.
It lets you beseech the one, that's your second materialization, be that ingredient pouch, lets you build that those resources to make your experience a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. And we probably don't see the same, ally-centric start from Chem Collapse,
Yeah,
right?
the Gildas into Frostborn
What a
Paladin
start.
was such a start. Just 14 damage guaranteed over the course of 2 turns. Really, really put Quest on the back end there.
Yeah. Just a really brutal sort of setting the pace of that match, right? Like Quest, you already need to deal with all of this damage,
Yeah,
and then you get the Fractal's
yeah.
regular game plan on top.
And then also now these allies are also a thing. We only
Uh-huh.
sent one back though, so this okay. Only one card back, so we seem to like our hand.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So probably going to be a Beseech in there, probably a dungeon.
Right. I think if you don't see Dungeon Guide in your opening hand as Water Astra, or you can make the argument for 3 visits to save off a little bit early damage, but if you don't see Dungeon Guide, man, you have to send all those cards back.
Yeah, I think so.
Like I said, you can make an argument for 3 visits, but cannot make an argument for Dungeon Guide. Okay, 3 fractal start.
3 Fractals, pretty good. No refreshment occurring. Chem Collapsed is already feeling maximally.
Yeah.
So no cycling of cards from the memory to take advantage of that. Enter.
Mhm. Okay, 1 heal herb, not bad. Banishing a cosmic bolt.
Yeah, that's the kind of start you want.
Yeah.
That's a really good.
Mhm.
Moving into his turn 2. What are we gonna see here? What do we
Oh.
need to? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what do we need to see from Quest in order to favor? And that's what we need. Quest needs to be able to interact with Chem Collapse's fractals, and getting the floating memory out of it is pure gravy.
Yeah.
Although this would
Let
be a fascinating point to bring in the sensor.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Honestly, yeah, I agree. You spent your time, trying to deny value and gain value from me, and now I'm going to completely stop your game plan. See, yeah, yep,
Oh,
yep.
oh,
That makes total sense. Yeah. From what little I have played Wind Astra, Sensor feels so impossible.
yeah. This is a rough start for Quest. For all that he kept a hand that he liked, I think Chem Collapse is definitely ahead on this one so far.
There's 5
5
fractals
fractals
on
now.
board
Okay.
already.
Right? What do you do now? Now Chem Collapse just starts throwing refracting missiles and shimmering refraction,
Yep.
and you fold.
Yeah.
Getting a
Yeah.
3
But
visits and another Cosmic Bolt.
yeah, 3 visits into banishment is really nice because you can still use it, but
Mhm. Yeah, that is an ideal banish, and the Cosmic Bolt is also a pretty good banish here. It does look like Quest is gonna have the time to build up this, which is nice. So,
yeah.
not needing to blow that Polaris early, getting a few more bolts into the deck in order to reach that kind of critical mass, and being able to potentially scry those bolts earlier, I think could be what makes the difference in this match.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's just I wonder if he's just gonna go to level 3 and lose all the cards in his hand, or if he's gonna take a turn off to get ingredient pouch.
Yeah, that
5
was
fractals is a really, really really bad number.
mhm. This is definitely a rough position. That was a regenerate Quest just cycling for the extra card?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So, but that leaves Quest with 2 cards in their memory, right?
I think there's 3. You pay 2 for the regenerate, and then it draws your card into memory.
Oh, draws a card into memory. Yep, that makes sense.
Shang Xiao,
Woof.
draw 2 cards.
Yeah, everything is going Chem Collapse's way this game.
Yeah,
I
this is
mean,
getting
the
out of control really quickly.
yeah, the Scatter Essence, maybe a little bit of a setback, but still at 5 fractals, so really not hurting on that front. And
Mhm.
the sensors slowing down Quest's materializations is even better. 6 fractals, why not?
Another one. I can feel it.
Yeah. You think so? We're gonna go to 7?
Yeah, I think so. Here we go. Oh,
Nope.
maybe
Still thinking
deciding
about
not
their
to.
options.
Maybe
Man, what an
keeping cards
overwhelming
in
board,
hand
though.
for
It's
interaction.
it's really just on Chem Collapse at this point to be like, okay, now is the point where the game is going to start. And that could happen at any time. Like Quest just has
Right.
no idea. Quest has no control over this situation. Like it's just a race here. Oh, there it is. Fractal number
Yep,
7.
there it
Sure,
is.
why not?
Wow. No. Oh, he's using the unenter. Oh my!
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought he was gonna put an 8th one down.
yeah. Yeah, this
I
game isn't
was
over yet, but you
I
can
was
see it
so
from
scared.
here.
Yeah. I mean, wow. That's already 16 damage on
Is
board.
that the 3rd Cosmic Bolt?
I
Yup.
think so.
Yeah, Cosmic Bolt number 3 in the banish. My gosh.
Man,
So
how many that
go
makes me
for it.
wonder. He hasn't cycled that many cards, right?
Mhm.
But he
Not a
but
whole
he
lot.
kept he kept 5 in his opening hand.
I think he
So
was prepared to banish all of these cosmic bolts. I think that was his plan.
yeah,
He wants to
I
banish
think
these cosmic bolts and start up his cosmic bolt engine at, 8 damage instead of 4 damage or 10
yeah,
damage or whatever.
I think you're right. I think he just said, "I'm going to keep all these. I'm going to just use them to level up." And you know, my first cosmic bolt is going to come in for a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially if you look at Chem Collapse is still on Spirit, right?
Yeah.
So if, Cosmic Bolt number 1 comes in for 10 damage and Cosmic Bolt number 2 comes in for 12 damage, that's
Yep.
that's lethal.
Right. Yeah. I mean, getting through a glimmering refusal is impossible. But
Absolutely. But yeah, Quest has really kickstarted his aggro, assuming that he gets the chance to pull it off.
yeah,
And still at the mill of the at the mercy of the cleric casino, right? You got a glimpse into your bolts, but he's building up to a potentially pretty big Polaris here.
is this on the Polaris? So,
I think this
seems
is
like it.
Quest's end step still, right? We're drawing a card. Oh no, he's healing.
Yeah, I think Chem Collapse is using Fracturize on the Polaris during the end phase.
Oh, I totally missed the Chem Collapse was playing a card. Yeah, okay. No, this makes sense, right? Stem the bleeding. You can't let it get any bigger than it already is.
Mhm.
So probably just see all of these herbs get thrown. I think Quest might need to keep back 1 herb in order to
Yeah,
continue taking advantage of the card draw.
yeah. I think you have to keep at least one for the Fertile Grounds
Mhm.
to duplicate, right? I believe it was Polaris was 5 counters on it.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
So now 6 bolts left between his deck and hand somewhere, since 3 were already banished.
And he doesn't need that many. He only needs 2.
Mhm. I think if I'm sitting there in Quest's shoes, I'm probably still feeling a little not safe here, right? Like
100%.
a little on edge, a little bit like, oh, this is a little loose. 5 bolts going into my deck. That feels like not quite enough to
Mhm.
really reach them in time. Like
Yep.
maybe you get lucky and maybe you hit it, but it feels like there's no guarantee here.
Yeah, it all
I
comes
mean, there's
down
never a
to
guarantee,
what
but
Chem Collapse has in hand, right?
that's true, right? Yeah. How is Chem Collapse going to be interacting with Quest's game plan? Because Quest presumably still has a decent amount of interaction with Chem Collapse's game plan, right?
Right.
You know, there's still the lineage release. There's still the 3 visits in the banish. There's still potentially like nascent barriers.
Mhm. Oh, I totally forgot. I totally forgot. I thought he was gonna use the Fracture Eyes to level up. I forgot sensors on board.
Oh yeah, yeah, can't do it. So this is in response to the backup treasure activation?
I believe so.
Okay, it's
No
understandable.
bolt.
While cards are down, while there's no way to interact. This makes sense.
Right. Unfortunately, no bolt seen off the 3 visits.
Yeah, no healing off of the 3 visits either, right? Quest is already at 0,
Yeah.
loses a little bit of value there.
Ooh. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think Chem Collapse has any cards that killed him. That kill Quest. Playing a Gildas this late into the game is not a very good indicator of
Yeah. I mean, you've dodged the Polaris, so I guess this Gildas is just going to deal 4 damage every turn
yeah.
for the rest of the game.
Mhm.
But that doesn't that's not fast.
Yeah, and also like we said, Quest only needs 2 bolts, and there's 6 in the deck.
Mhm. Looks like we have a response to the ingredient pouch.
Ooh,
The Shimmering
okay.
for 7? Shimmering for
7, I
7.
believe. 8? No, 7. Yeah. Okay, interesting.
We got another one? Got more damage? No, just throwing it out there? All right, cool. I respect that.
Yeah, I don't believe he has cards in hand.
I could see this. Just like the when you have a window open, just fire off the damage, get it out there, make sure it's not getting hit by an astral seal, make sure it's not going to get hit by a random.
Right. I think he was showing he has no cards in hand.
I okay, yes, that makes more sense to me as opposed to just randomly doing jazz. Maybe it was a power play,
Yeah.
T posing to
Okay.
assert dominance.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, we got to start seeing the bolts now, right? We've got to.
You would think. Man.
Well,
Surely
Quest actually needing to make decisions, unfortunately.
he surely would have. Yeah. Unfortunately, because you would have, if you saw the Cosmic War, you would have played it.
Yeah, it just has to come out. There's no question.
Yeah.
Wow, thinking really hard about this glimpse. Is he
Yeah.
in
I
a
wonder
position
what.
where he needs to like 2 on top, 1 on the bottom? Okay. That actually sounds like Quest has something to scry into, but needed to set up, like had more because I've seen that
Yeah.
happen before. You know, if you scry into 2, maybe you draw 1 and leave the other on top to scry into later.
Mhm.
In this case, using the herb to cycle to it? Oh
I
no, just
think we.
drawing at the end of the turn, right?
Yeah, I
Of
think
course.
there's Arisana's inherited effect there.
Yes, yes, definitely.
I think Quest has 4 cards in hand. It's
Looks
not a
like
lot.
yeah, 3 or 4 cards still in hand. Wow, his influence comes back up really quickly. Keep forgetting the power of drawing 2 cards a turn.
Oh, we're still not leveling. Wow, we're living life on the edge here.
Sometimes you don't care about class bonus, you know?
Yeah. Hey, who cares about class points when you just kill them?
Right? And I think that's where Chem Collapse is. It's like, okay, I don't have damage. I need to find the damage. The level up doesn't matter. 2
Oh,
Cosmic Bolts kills me regardless. So we need to
yeah.
find gas more than we need to find Diao Chan.
Yeah. I
Makes a
saw. I
lot of sense.
think I saw a little bit of tapping.
Is it time for Gildas to get balanced? Oh, he's almost in a situation where he can play every card out of his hand, just the fractals. So
Yeah.
trying to balance Gildas maybe
Yeah.
leaves him in a worse position than just playing his
Yeah. We're at 11 health. Burst Asunder right now does 2, 4, 6,
team 8, 16.
16 plus. Man.
Yeah, 16 plus 11 is 23. 30, 20. Excuse me? The hell did I just say? 16 plus 11 is 27.
Yeah, 27.
Which not enough to kill because he needs to get to 31.
Yeah, yes.
Maybe even more than that.
Just to get through the release.
Mm-hmm.
No heal herbs though. No heal herbs to go through.
Yeah, no heroes. I'm not sure if there's a 3 visits in the banish right now.
Yeah, I don't.
I think there's not. I think he had one and he already.
Yeah, I don't think he rested 2 fractals and put 2 cards down. Is this Burst Asunder?
That might be Burst Asunder, yeah. He's going for it. So if this is 16 damage, and then you have another 4 damage off of Balance Gilded, that is exactly lethal. Oh. But not if 3 visits goes off. And if Chem Collapse plays something, Gildas is no longer balanced. So this ruins the lethal line.
Yeah.
Completely. Just completely ruins it. I'm not sure if you still sacrifice some of your fractals. That's a very dangerous position.
Yeah, because then you can't play anything in response to like Quest hitting a Cosmic Bolt, right?
Mm-hmm. Whoa. That hurts.
This one comes in for 10.
Yeah, do you just take 10 here as Chem Collapse? I don't know. I feel like you don't want to take 10. But then the next one hits for 12, and you're in pretty much the same position.
Oh, he is taking 10.
Yeah, just take it. I respect that. Unfortunately, Chem Collapse doesn't have lethal at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Does Chem Collapse have any sort of negate? I feel like he would have used it at this point,
Yeah.
right?
But he did get the lineage release, so no more 3 visits at least.
Yeah.
And even if the Burst Asunder doesn't, I suspect now he doesn't sacrifice Burst Asunder. Just takes the damage that he can and tries to find lethal again next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little rough though. Like, can he? You have to sacrifice the thing. If he has one spell in hand,
If he has one spell in hand, he needs to play it before the sacrifice on the Burst Asunder,
right?
which means again he doesn't get the balance on the Gildas. But if he has a spell in hand, he doesn't need the balance.
He doesn't need it, right? Because he has 8 fractals on board, 7 fractals on board. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he has any extra damage in hand. Otherwise, this line looked different.
Yeah, I don't think there would be that many. I don't think there would be that much hesitation if there was, right?
Yeah, also true. How much is he worried about from Quest? He's this frantic of like, no, I had the line. How do I 2 damage that I need now? And
How do I not die now?
Yeah, I don't think he can find it. I think the way he doesn't die is by saving enough of his fractals to still be able to meaningfully glimmering on Quest's turn, and then try to find the remaining damage on the turn after.
Yeah.
So he sacrifices 3 fractals here in order to get 8 damage. Still has the balance on Gildas, so Gildas comes in for another 4. Now there's no more lineage relief, and probably no more healing anyway. So he needs to find 10 damage.
Do we
That's what he
know
needs.
how many? Do we know how many Wisdom's Reprise have been played? I feel like at least 2, right?
At least 2, probably 3.
This is scary.
This is scary on both sides, right? Because if Chem Collapse has another burst, that's lethal. Because each burst Asunder represents 2 damage on his.
Necklace of Foresight. Oh,
Ooh, goodbye.
that's one
Goodbye to
off.
Gildas. The Comet Fall's not lethal, which is
Yeah,
but this means that it
I
was a good idea
believe.
for Chem's Collapse to let that first Cosmic Bolt through. Because otherwise the next Cosmic Bolt would be lethal.
Does he
And at
have
least
one
now, if
in
he
hand?
actually had the choice of having the, he still has the Glimmering Refusal in hand.
I don't.
I don't know. Do you think he does it? Do you think he has it?
I think he has it. Yeah. Is there? Oh, no refusal.
Oh, he didn't have the refusal.
Whoa.
The raw Cosmic Bolt from Quest, just like, yeah, I got it.
Man.
Wow, what an end to that game. That one was so close.
Yeah.
Good job,
Wow.
Quest. Eked it
That
out.
felt so much in Chem's favor in the beginning.
Yeah. Chem just had all of these resources the entire time and then didn't have negates when he needed it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Quest just powering out those 3 Cosmic Bolts in the beginning, getting them finished, making sure that when he finally did start dealing damage with Cosmic Bolts, it was not a joke. It was actual damage from the get-go, from Cosmic Bolt 1.
Yeah, I'm so surprised you know, like keeping 3 Cosmic Bolts in your opening hand
Mm-hmm.
is really risky. Right? Like you can obviously, you banish a lot of them to level up and your first Cosmic Bolt hits for a lot, but I mean, a lot of your hand is just completely unplayable.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, basically all you can do, you need to have stuff in hand
Yeah.
that you have a way to get those Cosmic Bolts into meta,
Mhm.
right? And then have all those. I guess at that point, keeping 5 cards, right? If he has,
Yeah.
3 Cosmic Bolts my bet is he had 2 Cosmic Bolts and the 3 visits, and then
Yeah.
2 cards that you could use to play them. And then the
Yeah.
last one ended up being a shuffle into a Cosmic Bolt, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
But pretty good.
Chem Collapse going first though. This is pretty nice.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one for Quest to deal with.
Yeah. Let's
We're
see.
seeing 3. I'm guessing 3. I'm guessing 3 here.
I think it's only 2. I think it's
2 cards
Intrusion
down.
again.
Yep.
Yeah. Man.
Man, Intrusion's so bad against
Yeah,
that stuff.
I feel like is there no other fractal that you can play that's not Intrusion?
It's Intrusion and Refreshment. You're just out of fractals at that point.
I
Like,
feel like
if
it's
you're not
so
playing Intrusion, if
expensive.
you're not playing Refreshment, you're going fractal. You're paying 4.
Yeah. Yeah, then you get into stuff like Protective Fractal, right? And Tropid
Mhm.
Fractal, Torpid Fractal. Yeah, wow. That is really rough. I mean, you can see the nerf from you can see the nerf for Dissonant Fractal.
Yeah, absolutely. You're trading 1s for 3s. It's awful.
Yeah, really,
The
really
deck is still
freaking rough.
fine. The deck is still powerful, but it definitely
Yeah.
feels bad.
Oof.
Yep. There you go.
Yes, sir.
It's a solid start on Quest side. It's a
Okay,
great
okay.
first turn.
Okay. First materialization sensor. Once again. We
Just immediately censor. That's so
we run
brutal.
it all the way back.
Who has the Fertile Ground? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty strong for Quest.
Here we go. Chem Collapse says, "You destroyed my fractal. I destroy your floating memory." Oh,
No. Letting him get to Arasana off
we're
of the floor.
letting rock. That's
Mhm.
interesting.
I guess valuing the card draw card. So this might be a sign that Chem Collapse's hand is better than I think it is,
Yeah,
right? This could be a sign that Chem Collapse has kind of the aggro and needs a little bit more to make it work.
yeah. He could just be saying, "I don't care if you level up. I have the nuts."
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's quite what it is, but it definitely feels
This is another 3-cost fractal.
unless it's Gildas.
Oh,
Opulence.
oh,
That's so mean.
this is so
After the
unfortunate.
scatter essence too.
Request. Yeah, this is rough.
Yeah,
also
this
means
is
you.
not super good for Quest.
It also means you have to pay 2 to crack Polaris
Yeah, yep.
if he levels.
Oh, that's why it's not a sensor, because Chem wants to level up off of float.
Right.
That makes
Ooh,
sense to me.
double here herb.
Nice.
Duplicating a
It's a good
Frasia.
foreground target.
Yeah, I've I've seen sometimes where you where like you only have heal herbs, so you just duplicate them a bunch and you have like 7 recovery on on board.
Yeah, that would be a heck of a position for Quest. I mean,
Yeah.
it's definitely shaping up in that direction, right? We'll see what Quest rolls for his too.
Yeah. Wonder what we do here. Maybe
So this
just
position, this kind of starting position, actually looks a little bit worse for Chem Collapse than it did the previous game,
yeah.
right? Like we have a lot less on-board support. We definitely don't have the aggression that we had from the first game.
Man, I hope Chem
And
Collapse doesn't have Fracture Ice in hand.
that would be really rough.
That would be so unfortunate. Because you have to think he has either a Loss in Thought or a Fracture Eyes in hand to level
Yeah,
here.
yeah, no, I think you're right. He has these telegraphing kind of.
Right.
Like, what does Quest do when the Polaris gets
Okay.
fracturized? Cry, right? That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I mean, for sure, you cry. Beseech.
Do we respond to the beseech? Glimmering Refusal doesn't really do anything here, since Quest does still have 2 cards in hand.
Right.
And I don't think you want to burn the beseech on making his level up harder, as opposed to denying a card.
Right. Let's see.
Yeah, that is a pair of Blight Roots. The level up herbs.
Is there a Fracture Eyes?
Drawing the card, moving to Chem Collapse's turn, and here is the Fracture Eye.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, you called it. You had the read.
That is so unfortunate. He already sacked 2 herbs too, so
Mm-hmm.
they're just gone. I mean, you do get the card draw off of them, but
Oh, what a rough position for Quest now.
yeah.
No extra bolts. Now you've got to figure out how to get that damage in.
I mean, you level to 1 here, right? Turning on Capulating Opulence is just salt on the wound.
It's too good. Yeah, you were absolutely level.
Oh,
He's
you
not
don't.
leveling to 1. Impressive. That is greedy.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Chem Apocalypse or Chem Collapse just really values card draw.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Cards feel very good in
Yeah.
the fractal. It's sometimes hard to fit in a level.
Oh, okay. Frostborn Paladin, no Polaris.
That's
This
true. Yeah, this Frostborn Paladin's going to
this
live forever.
Frostborn is going to stick around forever.
Well, I guess until the Comet Fall gets pulled.
Right. But you got to get to level 3 first before
Yeah,
we
so
before we talk
for some
about that.
value of forever.
Yeah.
Nope, everything down. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so he found some extra fractals, so that's starting to look a little bit better. Chem Collapse is starting to build up a little bit of a base.
Yeah.
But it still feels like he's not moving as quickly towards that kind of big damage as he did in the previous game.
Yeah. Agree.
And the Frostborn Paladin, I think, helps, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Okay, scout the land.
Play your wind cards while you can.
Yeah, for sure.
And without
See if
another
he has
card in memory, he's not going to be able to get to level 3 here.
I think he has 3 down exactly. don't know if he has Dungeon Guide though. If he has Dungeon Guide, it's nope.
Oh yeah,
Nope.
he must have had exactly 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Spell Shield, Astra, Fast Cure, something else.
Something else. Yep.
1 card in hand. Oh, maybe.
Is that
Yeah,
an
that
is that an
might
Astral
that
Seal on
might
top? Is that?
actually be the SP3 Astral Seal. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. That's such a cool art, dude.
A lot of the Arasana art is very pretty.
Yeah.
All right, here is 4 damage off of a Cosmic Bolt. Really making it happen now.
Total
One
influence.
of one of the 4 Cosmic Bolts in the deck.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you need them, right? Like,
Oh, absolutely. It's just going to be a while before anything happens as a result.
right.
But
Is
starting
there
to build
not
his influence back up now, right? Quest has turned the corner. Quest is drawing 2 cards a turn.
is there not an argument that the first Cosmic Bolt has to be aimed at this Frostborn Paladin? I mean, this thing is like, how does this thing die?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Okay, so there is an argument in both directions, right? Because the Paladin is absolutely going to be dealing a lot of damage over the game. And I
Yeah.
don't know when Quest is going to find his Comet Fall, but he needs to find something to deal with the Paladin eventually.
Yeah.
The other argument is you only have so much damage in your deck given the Cosmic Bolt count.
Yeah.
So if you don't aim them at face, how are you going to make up that deficit? How are you going to find that extra 4 damage later?
Yeah, I think the big concession that you have to make is just say, yeah, Frostborn Paladin will hit me in the face consistently, but uh once I hit that Comet Fall, then it'll get cleared. And I can
Right.
then aim all of the cosmic bolts at you.
Yeah,
It's just
and I think that's the direction that Quest needs to hedge their bets, just
Yeah.
because they're so short on it. And it's going to be a while before they can get a conduit in play.
Yeah. It'll just depend. I think it just depends on how much time it takes to see a comet fall and this Frostborn Paladin
Well, the
stays
really
on
rough
board.
position that they're in right now is they're oh no, they do have herbs. They do have herbs. They don't need to bring out the
Yeah.
ingredient pouch next turn. So they can afford to go with the astroscope for their next materialize and start setting up for, actually building up their, which is good. Like
Yeah,
they
I mean,
really need to. They need to start setting that up.
yeah. I think another thing too is like at least you have the heal herbs to make copies of
Mhm.
that will stem a lot of the bleeding here.
He's thinking about this one though. Look at him. This is not that easy to materialize, right? Because you maybe
Yeah.
want to keep your recovery herbs for recovery as opposed to for burning for card draw. So maybe you want to bring out the ingredient pouch now. But I don't know. I feel like starting to get some glimpses going is going to be more.
Okay.
Brings out the necklace of foresight, not willing to spend the on bringing
Right.
up the astroscope at this point.
Yeah. I mean, you would have to just glimpse 3, maybe hit something castable, and then just pass. All right, let's see. Necklace of Foresight. Glimpse 4.
Yep. After all, it is the necklace of foresight, not the necklace of 3-sight.
Let's see. Okay. That's not bad. That's really good.
Yeah, I mean, getting another source of glimpses is pretty good. And still has the free one for this turn if he wants it.
Yep.
Now the real question is, how long do you think this lunar lasts on the board? Comet Fall? Comet Fall? Comet Fall? Do we see a Comet Fall? We
Debating
see a
whether we
difficult
keep
decision.
this. Yeah. Difficult decisions indicate no good glimpse.
Yeah, unfortunate.
They're very easy glimpses. And then there's some complicated glimpses.
Yeah, not having the Polaris means a lot of your glimpses get a lot.
Okay.
Oh, I completely forgot that Opulence was still here. What is he hitting though? Is he hitting a
Oh.
fractal or is he hitting the opulent?
Glimmering Refusal?
Probably hits the opulence, right?
Oh.
Oh, maybe he's hitting a fractal. So this is trying to build up some damage until that happens. Yeah, hitting a fractal. Okay, so we're probably seeing a level up off of this refracting missile then.
Man, I
We
feel
gotta
like
go to Diaochen at some point. Come on.
I feel like if he was just Dao-Chan, all of these things would be so heavily taxed. Like Necklace of Foresight would take 2 to crack,
Uh-huh.
which means that you have to use your means you have to use your your Arasana to wait. He didn't target the Capulating Opulence?
No, he hit one of the fractals.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. No, I think it makes sense because Quest is also really concerned about, right? Like I think Quest can work around captivating opulence one way or another, but
Mm,
um if Chem Collapse starts getting any actual damage down, then Quest is really in trouble.
yeah.
Like you can't let a Burst Asunder come through for 10 here.
Let's see. 2 down. Okay. More fractals.
Yeah, the problem with the fractals is there's always more fractals.
Yeah. Choosing whether to use the on enter or not.
Yeah, I suspect he sits. It looks like he wants to hold back interaction at this point.
Okay.
And, you know, if he doesn't really have the additional sources of damage, kind of in not the best place.
Yes, pointing to Capulating
Yeah,
Opulence.
now he's pointing to captivating opulence. Quest needs to
Have
put a
to
couple
pay
of
2
cards
for
down in order
this.
to activate the astroscope. Oh, that's gonna get so annoying over the course of this.
Yup. Yep, I totally agree. No, didn't use the Lunar Seer yet.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Ah, there it goes. Yeah. I'm interested to see what Chem Collapse is holding back here because that feels like a lot of cards in hand. I'm not sure what he's building up.
Yeah. Especially because choosing not to use the on enter on the Fractal of Insight means that he
Mhm.
wants to keep it awake.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
And maybe he's finding another refracting missile.
Okay,
Found a
showing
shimmering refraction,
refraction during
and
end
still
phase.
leaving up the ability to interact with Diao-Chan's glimmer counters.
This is 5 damage, I believe.
This is 5
Okay.
damage.
3 visits and response.
Mm-hmm. And we still have the free star call here, right?
Yeah, I believe so. We have it.
Yeah, I don't think the Lunar Seer hit anything.
Yeah. Okay. Hit an astrocyte. Okay.
Not that one, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like no outs drawn here. Oh, maybe one out.
Got a Wisdom for prize? Yep,
Okay.
sure. I mean, this still really isn't that terrible. Hitting for 5 here puts Quest at 18 out of 25. Still has the lineage really.
Yeah.
No healing herbs anymore.
Oh, okay. That's pretty good.
But yeah, that is a pretty solid Comet Fall.
Yeah, getting rid of the Frostborn Paladin and the Shangzhou. Pretty nice. So that
Now the 5
Serene.
damage goes through.
Okay.
And, you know, Quest is maybe starting to feel a little bit of pressure here, but with the board cleared, it's nowhere near that bad.
This is kind of scary because it's kind of getting to a place where uh I'm pretty
Wait,
sure it's getting
what's the time at? Are we at
oh
are we about to hit a draw here? I think that seems like the direction we're headed. Are we in overtime? I don't know. Last time I looked at the timer.
yeah. Oh, it seems like it. Yeah, both players revealing their hand.
A hand full of fractals and nothing else. Oh, a burst asunder. All right.
3 fractal of refreshments.
Jeez. Yeah, a bunch of expensive fractals and a burst asunder.
Yeah.
So still a couple of turns away from really hitting that, but I guess that now there's the question of like, okay, let's show each other our hands. Who would have won? Do we want
Yeah.
to play that? So
Yeah.
I think that just looks like a draw.
I mean, I think I think you maybe could have gotten somewhere with like the number of fractal of refreshments in hand. You could have a decent amount of cycle, but not a ton. Not a lot of options uh chem collapse.
Yeah, I think Chemcalax at that point is still looking like they're in a position where they need to build. They're hitting a pretty big burst asunder. Maybe
Yeah.
not the next turn, but probably the turn after. So Quest is absolutely on a timer,
Yeah.
and he's still got to fight through a safeguard amulet on the board, and his next cosmic bolt is only hit for 6. Like,
And
there's a
Glimmer
lot of
refusable.
work that Quest needs to go through in order to win that game.
Yeah.
And not only that, to win that game before Chem Collapse wins the game, which
Mhm.
I don't see that happening. But time is time.
Yeah, I think honestly, for how bad of a matchup Fractal is into Wind Astra, I think Quest actually was up huge.
Yeah, yeah,
'Cause,
yeah. He played it super well.
yeah, I think obviously we see Fractals not having as consistent of games as they used to, which
Mhm.
obviously favors Wind Astra a little bit, but they still very much can get there very consistently. Sometimes you just don't draw the spells that say I kill you.
Yeah, no, it's very true. Like losing a little bit of that extra consistency definitely hurt Fractals, but
Mhm.
Fractals is still powerful. There's still a lot of power there. And if you're not interacting with them, if you're just letting up, if not making your game plan go faster than their game plan, it doesn't matter how much consistency they have, they'll eventually. And they will
Yeah,
always, always get there eventually.
yeah, for sure. And they're almost always get there before you do.
Yeah. Yeah. They're still bursty. They're still powerful, even
Yeah.
without the Fractal.
I wonder. So you know how people have started running idle thoughts into Gembu and stuff like that. I wonder if you just play idle thoughts in fractals, because you get to glimpse the four. You get to look at the four for, I think, obviously glimpsing and looking at are
Yeah, it's a huge
totally
difference.
different, right? Huge difference. But some they need somewhere to glimpse.
Yeah, no, they do need a little bit more ways to dig through their deck, I think. Because Jing Zhao is
Yeah,
very, very powerful. Losing
yeah, yeah,
Dissonant Fractal hurt a fair amount.
yeah. Not saying that I want fractals to be, you know,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm
not
sure
saying
as an
that I
Astra
think
player,
fractals,
you are
yeah,
vested in making sure that Fractals
yeah.
is still a good deck.
Not saying that I want fractals to be, how it used to be, but
Mhm.
yeah, we'll take it
Yeah,
eventually.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think the point of the Dissonant Fractal ban was not to gut Fractals. It was to make it more fair. And
Yeah.
that's where it's landed. It is a combo deck with a little bit less consistency than it had, but still about as much power. And I think that is a fair place for Fractals. Mild
Mhm.
bias.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. On this, I can see that.
But yeah, good run overall. Really get any so no I think it's a box for 4, but
Yeah,
with no 4 O's today, there's still some prizes going out. Anybody who completes 2 rounds got 2 EVPs, so that's pretty
nice,
cool.
pretty cool.
Um, and just a big shout out to everybody involved with the Yeti. Thank you to Andy K. Thank you to our judges for hanging out. Thank you, Audie, for being here. I definitely appreciate having you by my side.
No, thanks you, man. It feels pretty good to
Cool.
be a part of this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is a pleasure and an honor to be a part of the Yeti. And as usual, check out our socials down below. The people that are involved and what they're doing. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and check out our next event tomorrow. We've got more And on that note, I think that is goodbye from us. Any final words, Adi?
No. Thanks for having me. Good. Congrats to everyone who did well. That's it.
Great. Great. Well, yeah. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. And catch you folks next time.